anybody hear me? Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello. This is a Friday. This is not Friday, but this is tonight. Adios. Good evening, people, and that's how we do that. Welcome to this nighttime edition, PM edition of Mornings with Crazy Old Weird Bearded Guy. I really missed our Old Time Radio Wednesday show, so I thought I would come to you this evening and share some of my love for old time radio with you. So if you give me a second while I boot up my YouTube over here, I'll get us a radio show to listen to. So to keep you up to date, this morning I tried to go live and could not. I could not do it, man. It was impossible. For some reason, my computer decided that it had to update last night just before I went to sleep. So when I woke up this morning, I had crap, just crap. I tried to go live, had a dark screen, no sound. It was pretty bogus. It was pretty bogus. So I spent about an hour with Microsoft on the telephone, and then I spent a couple of sessions with Black Magic Design in San Jose, California. And we seem to have worked our bugs out. Along with that, I'm broadcasting live on a streaming channel now instead of my go live option I had before. Along with that, I seem to have a cleaner camera picture. And I figured out my sound issue. My sound issue was hidden deep within my Microsoft Windows settings was a filter. And it decided that it was going to filter out all of the noises that it didn't like. And to hell with the noises that I liked. So now I should be able to play music from my graphics computer and talk and actually strum on the guitar simultaneously without any sound issues. So yay, thank you for that. I'm going to pat myself on the back for that one. It took some heavy shoehorning to get this to work today, but here we are. And let's buzz on over to my YouTube channel and see what we have lined up for today. I believe the first up show is Dragnet from 1949. This will be, probably the first episode of the program, the radio program. So, let's see here. Without further ado, let's get into this whole thing here and watch Dragnet, okay? So I'm going to boot this up here. And then we're going to play it right from my channel here. So here we go, people. This is from 1949, and this is Jack Webb starring in the first episode of Dragnet.
story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Dragnet. Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files, from beginning to end, from crime to punishment. This is the story of your police force in action.
Dragnet.
It was Tuesday, March 25th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide. Detectives in Los Angeles work in pairs. My partner's Ben Romero. He's a sergeant, so am I. My name's Friday. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. I was on the way back from the record bureau, and it was 13 minutes past 11 when I got to room 42. Homicide.
That's a hot shot. Somebody grab it.
I got it, Ed.
At 1245 East Doheny Street,
1, 2, 4,
2
5.
officers shot. At 1245 East Doheny
Doheny
Street,
Street.
2 officers
Shot.
What have you got, Friday?
Read it.
2 officers shot. Where's Romero?
Right here, Skipper.
Okay, you've got one to roll on. Get going.
Both Ben and I knew where we were heading. We'd recognized the address. It was the Trapdoor Cafe, a joint in the south end of town that did business with a pretty rough crowd. 13 minutes later, we pulled up in front. 2 patrolmen had the crowd pretty well pushed back. There was a cruiser car in front of the cafe. The car door was open, and an officer was sprawled across the seat. He was conscious but weak, and one of his pant legs was pretty red.
Hello, Sarge.
Hi, how you doing?
I've done better.
Yeah, well, what happened?
Williams and I were cruising. We've been keeping an eye on this cafe lately. Tonight we decided to take a look. And just as we went in, 2 guys left in a hurry. The back door. We followed them.
That's the phrase of
Out into the alley.
voice of Frank
It was dark
Lovejoy
out there, and I called to them.
from Night Beat.
I said, hey, fellas, just a minute, I want to talk to you.
They stopped?
I'll say. One of them whirled. He had a gun in his left hand. He shot both of us.
Left hand, huh?
Williams went down and out. I went down, but I took a shot at them. No effect. Then I started crawling out here to the car so I could call in.
You started crawling?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Emerson. Weren't there any people around by that time?
Yeah, quite a few ran out after the shots.
You mean nobody would help you to the car?
That's right.
Did you get a good look at either of the gunmen?
Well, one of them was tall. I think he was a redhead. There was something funny about his nose. That's all I saw. It's too dark out there. Williams was closer. I think he got a good look.
Joe, the other officer, Williams. He's in pretty bad shape.
Is he breathing?
He's still alive, Emerson. I don't know how much time he's got.
Ambulance?
On the way.
Okay, let's round up all the men who are in the cafe. We're taking them in. We took all the men back to the city hall. There were 23 in the Trapdoor Cafe at the time of the shooting. We questioned all of them. One of them said there had been a redhead in the place, but he couldn't describe him. Ben and I left the interrogation room, and we went back to the squad room.
Friday, Romero. Got a minute?
Yeah, Ed. Come on, Ben.
Sit down.
Okay.
You get anything from those people you questioned?
Nothing we could use.
How's Williams?
Pretty bad.
When do they operate?
As soon as he comes out of shock. Probably in the morning.
You boys will be there.
Yeah, we will.
When the surgeon digs that slug out, get it and mark it for evidence.
Yeah. Skipper, them 2 men shot without asking any questions. They must be hot.
Yeah. Same thing occurred to me.
When we get that slug, the ballistics can tell us whether that gun's been used on other jobs.
We got enough of their modus operandi to have the statistician give us a run-through on the IBM now.
One of them is left-handed, and he shoots quick.
Okay, be in surgery tomorrow morning at 9.
Neither Ben or I said much on the way home, but we were both thinking the same thing. I knew the chief was thinking it too. Here were 2 men who'd shot a couple of police officers without asking any questions. Now, I suppose you've heard a lot of stories about what the force thinks of cop killers. Sure. We don't like to lose our friends and partners any better than anybody else would. Why not figure it this way? If these two guys would gun a couple of armed police officers, do you think they'd hesitate to shoot you, the unarmed citizen? The next morning at 9 o'clock, Ben and I had scrubbed up and we were in surgery. Williams was on the table. The surgeon started in. A lot of minutes later, he got the slug. As for Williams, they took out 7 feet of his intestine and said he might pull through.
Joe, here's a report from ballistics. The slug they took out of Williams come from a .44 Smith & Wesson. The same gun was used in a liquor store killing about a month ago.
You call the statistician?
Yeah, She's running all the cards on previous shooting through the IBM machine. She ought to be through about now. Let's take a look.
Okay, come on. Hi, Helen.
Just a second.
Okay.
Well, that's it for it. These cards will give you all the shootings pulled by 2 men on foot who shot quick, one of them left-handed.
Right.
They're all yours.
You sure can tell a lot from just a bunch of little holes in these cards, can't you?
I can't, but this IBM machine can.
It never ceases to amaze me.
Okay, shall we check the cards, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Wait a minute, Ben. Here we are.
Huh?
Yeah. Here's that liquor store killing ballistics tied the Smith & Wesson in on.
Same gun that Emerson Williams was shot with?
Well, it checks out. The liquor store was in the same neighborhood as the Trapdoor Cafe.
Same gun, huh?
Got to be.
How long ago?
A month ago, yeah. Ben, take the DR number off this card and let's pull the crime report on that job. We pulled the crime report out of the files. It said that there was only one witness to that liquor store killing a month ago. That witness was a woman.
Miss Forbes, I'm sorry to disturb you like this, but we'd like to ask some questions about that liquor store killing you witnessed a little over a month ago.
Well, I told the police everything I knew about it then.
Yeah, we know, but maybe you wouldn't mind telling us again, huh?
Oh, no, I guess not. I've been trying to forget it, to tell the truth. It was pretty terrible, and I really didn't see so very much because I was awful scared.
I understand. But try to describe again just what happened, will you?
Well, it was about 10 o'clock at night. I was walking down the street toward home when I realized I was all out of cigarettes. Well, I was right in front of the liquor store then, so I went in. The clerk was behind the counter, and there were 2 men standing there arguing.
What's the idea of changing your mind? I thought we was going to get bourbon.
No, let's get the wine.
I want bourbon.
Costs too much. Wine's good enough.
The rest of them want bourbon, too. We better talk to them.
Well, okay. We'll be back when we make up our mind, mister.
2 men walked out of the store, and the clerk smiled at me and shrugged his shoulders. I bought a pack of cigarettes and turned to leave. But just then the 2 men came back in again, and each of them had a gun in his hand.
There's a stick up, mister.
The clerk just sort of crumpled to the floor. I couldn't believe my eyes, but that's just how it happened. The men said this is a stick-up, and then they shot him right away.
Get over against the wall, lady, or you'll get the same.
One of them punched the no sale on the cash register. I was shaking so I almost caved in. He scooped the money out of the drawer and stuffed it into his pocket. And then the other one went over to where the liquor clerk was lying face down. He knelt down beside the clerk and put his gun against the clerk's spine. Then they both ran out of the store. It was terrible. That clerk, he was lying there helpless and wounded, and they deliberately...
Yeah, Miss Forbes, I understand.
Oh, Miss Forbes, you said that both of the men had guns?
Yes. One of the guns was black, and the other was sort of fancy looking.
What do you mean, Miss Forbes?
Well, it was real shiny.
Nickel-plated?
I wouldn't know about that, but it was shiny.
There were 2 guns, huh?
Yes.
Well, now about the men themselves.
Well, I was so scared their faces just didn't register with me. The one who shot the clerk in the back was sort of stocky. That's about the best I can do.
Well, you mentioned in the report that one of the men was left-handed.
Yes, I do remember that.
Uh-huh. Look, Miss Forbes, this is very important to us. One of the men was a redhead?
Redhead? Why, no, I didn't see any redhead.
Skipper, me and Joe's run right smack into a stone wall on this thing.
What's the complication?
Well, there's more than one, Ed. In the first place, we know that the .44 Smith & Wesson was used in both shootings. But the descriptions of the men involved don't check.
Police officer Emerson said he thought the man that shot him and Williams outside the Trapdoor Cafe was a tall, left-handed redhead. Said there's something funny about his nose.
You think Williams got a better look at him?
Well, probably did, but Williams isn't strong enough to talk yet.
And a girl that witnessed the liquor store killing a month ago said that one of those men was left-handed. But she said neither of them was a redhead.
And on top of all that, now we've got 2 guns to worry about. The girl mentioned 2 guns, so we checked the autopsy report on that liquor clerk. And Ed, the bullet that actually killed him came from a .32-20, not a .44 Smith & Wesson.
That fact didn't get any publicity at the time, did it?
No, it didn't.
Okay. We won't give it any publicity now either. With a lot on, it's just the .44 Smith & Wesson we're after. Because if whoever owns the .32-20 finds out it's hot, we'll never get it. Anything else?
Well, we sent teletypes to all outlying stations in neighboring cities. Told them if they get any red-headed suspects, no matter what charge they got them on, to hold them for questioning.
Yeah. Now, how about this .32-20, the actual murder weapon? Any leads on it?
We've got one, Ed. We've been checking the records, and we discovered that 4 hours after the liquor store killing, a taxi driver in the neighborhood was shot and robbed.
Slug was pretty well mashed, but there was enough to tell it was from a .32-20. So we're going over to question the taxi driver now.
Good. Well, I think you boys are on the right trail. So far, what we've got is mostly unrelated facts, but sooner or later, those facts have all got to tie in at some point along the line. Find that point.
Yeah, find the point. Find the tie-in. Well, Ben and I went over to see the taxi driver, a guy who was living on borrowed time.
Yeah, it was about 2 o'clock in the morning when it happened. I got a call to pick up a fare near 105th and Avalon, you know. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I got there. Somebody came over, pulled open my cab door, and said, "This is a stick-up." Then blew it. You let me have it.
Just like that, huh?
Yeah, just like that.
Same deal as others, Joe. Itchy trigger finger.
Yeah. Did you get any kind of a look at the fella?
Look, no, it was too dark.
Uh-huh.
Hey, according to the report, you got shot in the chest.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, you're maybe wondering how come I'm still alive, huh? I'll tell you, pal, it's like something you'd see in a bad movie, you know? I'm carrying a few silver dollars with me, 9 of them to be exact. So I decided to stick them in my breast pocket. Well, mister, that just saved my life. The slug hit them silver dollars.
It's one for the book, huh?
Yeah, you said it.
Well, thanks very much. Say, incidentally, we had a little trouble finding you today. You weren't at the stand you operated out of last month.
Oh, look, I'm not only not at my usual stand, I'm not driving a hack no more.
Oh?
Look, after what happened, are you kidding? No, I don't want to push my luck any further than it's been pushed. Yeah, I figure I had it, you know?
And about that time, Ben and I were beginning to figure we'd had it. We were getting nowhere fast. We had a few informants nosing around, but so far they hadn't come up with any leads. Well, Ben and I followed up all the teletypes that poured in. We just got back from Santa Ana, where we'd been questioning a red-headed suspect, and we'd flopped in the squad room when Chief Backstrand's door opened.
Friday. Romero. Got a minute?
Yeah, Skipper.
Any luck with the Santa Ana redheads?
No, none at all.
I guess you haven't heard the latest.
We just now got back in town, Skipper.
Early this morning, another cab driver got shot.
What?
Yeah. Man came up to his taxi, opened the door, said, "This is a stick-up," and shot him. Bullet went through one leg and into the other, but the driver managed to start his cab and drove over to a cafe. He called in from there.
Boys recovered the slug?
Yeah. It came from the same .44 Smith & Wesson that was used in the other 2 jobs.
The cab driver get a look at the gunman?
Yeah, briefly.
Was it the redhead?
No.
Well, the stocky guy.
He wasn't redheaded and he wasn't stocky. That's all the driver knows.
Well, that's great.
Skipper, this is beginning to sound like a Guns a Month club. You reckon somebody's renting them guns out?
Well, they're passing the guns around all right, but I think they're working together. The way they operate indicates that.
Yeah, the trigger-happy routine.
Killing is apparently more than a business to them. It's pleasure, too. That's why we've got to get to them fast. Come over here.
All right. Come on, Ben.
Here. Take a look at this map.
Uh-huh.
Here's the Trapdoor Cafe, and over here's the liquor store. And down here is where the first cab driver got shot.
Mm-hmm.
Right here's where the second one got it. All of the shootings have taken place within an area of 10 square blocks. Okay. Tonight we're going to throw a blockade around that whole area.
Good.
It'll go into effect at 10 p.m.
At 9:45 p.m., cars and officers started drifting into the area by 2s and 3s. And at 10, when Backstrand, Ben, and I arrived, the whole area was sewed up tighter than a tick.
is now code 3. Pacific Ambulance
Davis?
1.
Catch.
All
set? All set. We got a primary line and a secondary line. If anyone tries to make a break, we'll pick him up in the secondary. Okay. Friday and Romero here will cruise around the area with me. Go to work, men.
Every car in the area was shaken down. The same process was also followed on all persons on foot. The blockade went on all night. By the end of that time, we'd brought in 217 suspects. 26 of them were redheads.
What's your name?
Henry Wagner.
Where do you work?
Lumberyard.
Which one?
4-star.
What time did you get through work last night?
About 6, I guess.
What'd you do then?
Had some dinner.
Where?
Harry's Grill.
And what?
Shot a little pool. Look, I tell you, I ain't done nothing.
Now, let's go back to the day before yesterday. Did you work that?
And that's the way it went all day long. We shot question after question at them, working them gradually back to the days on which the shootings had taken place. When it was all over, we got 6 men wanted in other cities on various charges. We got quite an assortment of guns and knives. But as far as the shootings were concerned, we got nothing.
Well, I guess that's the last of them.
Oh, I was running out of questions there at the end.
You two boys better go on home, get some sleep.
Well, I was kind of figuring on checking back over the reports to see if we might have overlooked something.
I said go on home. You two boys have been at it for 32 hours straight. Look at you. You're both so groggy you can hardly stand up. You need sleep. It's 4 p.m. now. Don't come back until 10 p.m.
When I walked into the squad room at 10, Ben was already there. An informant had just phoned in a new lead. He told Ben he'd heard about a gang that had been hanging out down around the DeVere Bungalow Court in the south end of town. We knew that the DeVere was close to the Trapdoor Cafe, so we went over to talk to the manager.
Joe, I've been meaning to ask you. You checked on how Williams is getting along?
Yeah, I did. I called the hospital this afternoon. It's going to be all right.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, here we are.
Yeah, manager's office. Still got a light on.
Yeah?
I'm Sergeant Friday, police. This is Sergeant Romero.
Yeah?
We'd like a little information.
Why, sure. Come in.
Thank you.
What can I do for you?
Well, did you hear anything about a gang that hangs out down around here anywhere?
Gang? Why, no.
How about your tenants here? Any of them ever been in trouble, to your knowledge?
No. This ain't exactly the best neighborhood in town, but we try to keep things under control. Once in a while, one of them will get out of line, but when that happens, we heave them out of here.
You heaved anybody out lately?
Yeah, I did. Fellow and his wife a few weeks ago. They had a fight in one of the bungalows. She took a shot at him, but she missed. Party by the name of Stuba, Carl Stuba.
What did this Stuba look like?
Oh, sort of tall, skinny.
Was he a redhead?
No.
We'd like to take a look at that bungalow that he lived in.
Sure. Help yourselves. Down the end there, number 5. Still vacant.
Well, I guess that does it. Stuba didn't leave a thing behind. Matter of fact, we don't have anything to prove that this Stuba's tied in at all. We're only working on a hunch.
Hey, Joe, look.
Where?
Up on the wall there, just by the window.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that plaster there, it's newer than the rest. You got a knife?
Sure I have, boy, and I'm carving. That manager'd be awful unhappy with me if he was here.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah, Hey, Joe, here it is. A slug. They plastered right over it.
Okay, dig it out, and let's hope it matches. It matched. The slug from the wall came from the same .44 Smith & Wesson that had been used in the other shootings. So now we had a name to work on, Carl Stuba. But he'd done a good job of dropping out of sight. Well, the next day, Ben thought he had another lead.
I've just been talking to another informant, Joe. He says he heard that there's a fella down in that neighborhood been trying to sell a gun lately.
What kind of a gun?
Nickel-plated with steer horn handles.
Nickel-plated? Well, maybe that's our .44 Smith & Wesson.
Maybe.
Did the informant know who this man was?
Said the feller's name was Alonzo.
Yeah. Alonzo who?
Just Alonzo. That's all he knew.
So now we had 2 names, Stuba and Alonzo, but no men to go with them. So we went back to making the rounds of the substations, interviewing red-headed suspects. We took a few of them to Williams, who was home from the hospital by now, but he couldn't identify any of them as the man who shot him. Still, we kept checking. Finally, we got around to the 77th Street station. We questioned the suspects they were holding there, and we just started to leave when one of the officers called us.
Hey, Sarge,
Yeah.
we're holding somebody else you might want to look at.
Redhead?
No.
What's the charge?
Suspicion of burglary. Small job.
Oh, I don't know. What do you think, Ben?
What's special about him?
He lives in the same neighborhood where those shootings took place.
All right. Where you got him?
Down here.
You admit anything?
Nope. He's pretty surly. Here we are.
Thanks. Hi.
What do you want?
I'm Sergeant Friday. This is Sergeant Romero. We'd like to ask you a few questions.
Look, I already told the other cops all I know. I didn't steal no radio from that jerk.
What's your name?
We've been through all that once.
Come on, what's your name?
Jackson. Alonzo Jackson.
Alonzo. I looked at Ben, and Ben looked at me. This could be the Alonzo who'd been trying to peddle that Smith & Wesson. Ben and I both knew here was one suspect we'd have to be real careful with.
Alonzo, according to the records, this burglary you're suspected of took place on the night of the 27th.
Look, how many times do I have to tell you guys it doesn't have anything to do with it?
You got an alibi for that night?
Sure, I got an alibi. I was out with a couple of friends, I can tell you.
What's your friend's name, Alonzo?
One of them's Crandall, the other Stuber.
Stuber, the guy who used to live in the bungalow court. Well, we told Alonzo he'd have to produce his two friends to give him an alibi for the burglary charge, and he bit. He went with us, and he pointed out where Stuber was living now. No wonder we hadn't been able to find him. There was a little shack at the back of a lot behind two houses. We thought it was a chicken coop at first. We took Alonzo back to the station, then we picked up Stuber. He was surprised to see us and not very happy. We took him in. Next, Alonzo gave us Crandall's address.
Yeah?
Mr. Crandall in?
No.
Will he be back soon?
I don't know. Who are you?
Sergeant Friday, Sergeant Romero, police.
What do you want with him?
Oh, nothing important, lady. We just wanted him as a witness.
Oh. Well, I don't know just when he'll be back. Probably an hour or two.
Okay, thanks.
We went down the street away, and we staked out in the car. We sat there for about 5 hours, and then Ben nudged me in the ribs.
Hey, Joe.
Huh?
Joe, take a look. Coming along the sidewalk.
Yeah, and he's got red hair. Come on. Crandall.
Huh?
Your name Crandall?
Who are you?
Friday Romero, police.
Police. What do you want with me? I haven't done nothing.
Well, then you got nothing in the world to worry about. Come on.
We questioned Crandall for an hour, but he wouldn't give an inch. Denied everything. Then we put him in a car, and we drove over to Officer Williams' house. I left Ben in the living room with Crandall while I went in Williams' bedroom.
Hello, Sarge.
Hi, Williams. How you doing?
A little better, I think.
That's fine. Look, we've got another redhead outside.
Bring him in.
Okay. All right, Crandall, come on in here.
Who's in there? Why'd you bring me over here?
Come on in here. How about it, Williams?
That's the guy.
No, I'm
That's
not.
the guy that shot me.
Well, Crandall?
No.
Yeah.
It was an accident. I didn't mean to shoot him. It was an accident.
Once Crandall got started, he talked his head off. He also admitted being in on the liquor store killing, but insisted he was only the lookout. We took him back to the station and got his whole story down on a tape recorder. Yeah, he was left-handed. Then we went back to Alonzo, who didn't know we had Crandall's confession. We met the chief in the hall outside the room where they were holding Alonzo.
You about ready to tie the knot?
Oh, hope so, Chief. But Alonzo hasn't given any yet, and we still haven't found those guns.
We've got one of them.
Which one?
The Smith & Wesson. Stuber popped about that one 10 minutes ago. Said he left it with his girl. A couple of the boys are on their way over to get it now.
That's good, Ed. That leaves just the 32-20.
You haven't mentioned the 32-20 to Alonzo, have you?
No. He still thinks we're after that Smith & Wesson, and that's the way we're going to play it right now.
Go ahead.
Look, how much longer are you guys going to hold me here? Didn't you check with those friends of mine?
Alonzo, we got a tip that you've been trying to sell a gun lately.
A gun?
Yeah, 44 Smith & Wesson.
Oh. No, it's not true.
That Smith & Wesson's been used in a couple of robbery jobs this month, and we think it's your gun.
That's a lie.
Any proof of that?
Why, yeah. Sure, I got proof of that. I used to have a gun, but it wasn't a Smith & Wesson. Look, If I tell you where it is, that ought to convince you, shouldn't it?
It'll help things.
Okay. I sold it to a neighbor of mine. He gave me $7. I'll give you his address.
You sure it's not a Smith & Wesson?
Sure, I'm sure. It's a 3220.
Yeah, it worked. We went to the neighbor's address, and he admitted having bought the 3220, but said he'd lent it to a friend who'd never returned it. The friend had hocked the gun to a barber. The barber gave him $15 and a haircut for it. We finally got it from the barber, and we came back to the station.
I'm all set, Joe. I'll be in the next room. Just give me the nod.
Okay. Hello, Alonzo.
Hey, you got the gun.
Yeah, we got the gun.
Well, now maybe you'll believe I'm on the level. Okay if I go now?
I guess we won't be able to hold you here much longer.
You can say that again, brother. You gotta save a lot of time for you to listen to what I've been trying to tell you all along.
I guess you're right, Alonzo.
Sure, I'm right. You know, you guys would be a lot better off. You believe guys like me the first time we tell you something.
But on the liquor
Instead
store
of
job,
running-
I was only a lookout. I was outside. It was the other two who pulled that one. Stuba and Alonzo. Alonzo killed the clerk.
Hold it, Alonzo.
Dirty, you screaming
All right,
rat.
Alonzo, that's enough. Now, come on, how about it?
Now, what's the use? All right. That's like he said.
Okay, Ben, bring the recorder in here. Alonzo's ready to make a record now. By playing back Crandall's statement that we'd recorded earlier, we got a full confession from Alonzo. We took the three of them out and had them reenact the 4 shootings, and we photographed it on sound film. Crandall, the redhead, was the one who'd shot the 2 police officers, but he was only the lookout for the liquor store killing, which explains why the girl witness didn't see him in the store. Stuba and Alonzo were the ones who pulled that job. And Alonzo, the worst of the bunch, was the one who put the 3220 against the spine of the wounded clerk. The 3 of them took turns at shooting the cab drivers and robbing them. That accounted for the mixed-up descriptions, including all that left-handed business. 2 of the 3 suspects happened to be left-handed. Well, that was the crop. Crandall, Alonzo, Stuba. 4 shootings, 3 robberies, 4 attempted murders, 1 murder. The 3 men were tried and convicted. They're all in the state penitentiary. Crandall's there for life. Alonzo and Stuba, they'll be executed next week. File it, will you, Ben? Case closed.
Dragnet.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
You have just heard the second in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of C.B. Horrell, Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Radio Officer Delmer E. Cook of the Los Angeles Police Department, who, on the afternoon of December 6, 1948, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And there you go, people, from 1949. That is the very first episode of Dragnet, starring Jack Webb. That was bitchin'. I like that. If there's anyone else there besides me, you can leave a comment, and I will get back to you. It looks like things are going better here at Elsinore Brothers Studio. The ambient noises you hear are the sounds of life being lived in my household. So you'll hear all kinds of sounds, from dogs walking around drinking water to the faucet and dishes, see? Like right on cue. Don't hold you back your comments on that either, and we'll make some noises that you'll have to try to identify. How's that? Simple household noises. If you can identify this simple household noise, you win a prize. Hey. Okay. Well, your first prize is that we are going to listen to another episode of Old Time Radio, a Wednesday. This is the PM edition, because nighttime is the right time to fix things that didn't go right this morning. Okay, so I am going to set up an episode of Escape from 1948. And this one, like the previous episode of Escape, is also about a snake. So, for any of you people out there who are afraid of snakes, you might want to turn off your radio now.
You are standing at the doorway of a cabin on Cashier Creek. Up on the ridge, the bloodhounds have your scent. And between you and a fortune, between you and escape, yawn the white jaws of a deadly cottonmouth.
Escape. Produced by William N. Robeson and carefully contrived to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to the worn-out acres of a poor white trash farmer somewhere in the southern mountains. In Irvin S. Cobb's great tale of vengeance, Snake Doctor.
This story is about snakes and two men. One man was afraid of snakes and the other wasn't. The one who wasn't was known along Cashier Creek as Snake Doctor. His cabin was near the creek bottomland where there was a powerful lot of cottonmouths. And he earned his meager living by rendering down their soft fats and bottling the oil and selling it. For everyone knew there was no remedy for rheumatism like snake oil. Snake Doctor was harmless enough, but there was folks who honestly believed that he was a colleague of Beelzebub just 'cause he wasn't afraid of snakes. That's not all they believed about him. Now, the man who was afraid of snakes was Jafe Morner, who was Snake Doctor's nearest neighbor. Jafe was the kind of man we all know who suspected, feared, and hated anything he didn't understand. And he understood neither Cottonmouths nor the Snake Doctor. In short, Jafe was ornery, ignorant, and shiftless. He'd rather shoot squirrels and chop cotton. He'd rather fish than hoe corn. And that's just what he's doing now, fishing, down the Big Hole with his son and heir, Finney, who's old enough, but not quite bright enough to handle a gun.
Missed him, dog.
Finney, you blame fool, I told you not.
Oh, trump on him before he gets in the creek.
What?
The cottonmouth. Trump on him in front of you.
What the farmer?
Yeah, you got him. Keep your foot on him while I get a stick.
You don't need to, son. He's dead. Now come here.
Pa, how'd you ever hit anything in that rifle, Pa? I had a bead drawing on him right
You damn
now.
fool!
Oh, Pa.
Fine off with a blame snake whilst I'm fishing.
Heck, you was sunning yourself not more than there to you. How'd you like to get yourself bit?
Won't be no fish around here till thunderation after all that racket. Well, come on home. Let's go get some victuals.
Jafe Morner tossed his bait can into the creek and threw a stick after it. He stood there, watching the stick drift slowly toward the Big Hole, where the creek widened behind a jam of driftwood. Jafe watched as the eddy caught the stick and sucked it beneath the dam. Jafe was curious. He moved downstream a rod or two and waited watching the water boil up from under the driftwood. But the stick didn't come up. That was strange. Must have caught under there in a tangle of water-soaked and sunken logs. Probably it stayed there for months. Maybe stay there always. Jave considered this, and an idea began to form in his slow mind as he and Finney started for home.
Hey, Pa. How much oil you reckons in this one, Pa? Pa?
What you jawing about?
It's old cottonmouth. How much oil do you
Throw
reckon?
it down.
Throw it down? Why? I'm in the
Throw it down like I say. I'll make you wish
Pa, I was aiming on rendering the old cottonmouth fat like the snake doctor does and sell and make myself some money.
I don't like to squirming things around me.
Yeah, but it's
Leave
big.
it where it dropped, Finney. Now come on home.
You scared of cottonmouths, Pa?
I know better than to get myself bit by him.
Tip Bailey knowed a fella got himself bit once. He won a drap of liquor for miles. So he goes to work and he cuts open a little old live chicken and puts it on his leg where the bite was, and the fella lived too. Reckon Mr. Rise ever gets himself bit handling cottonmouths like he does?
Who?
Mr. Rives.
Who?
Mr. Rives, the old snake doctor's real name. Ma says I oughtn't call him snake doctor.
Never mind what your ma says. Nobody in my family's calling no snake-loving scum Mr. Rives.
Heck, that's what I say, Pa.
Well, just see what you do.
Sure, Pa. You know, I could have made myself some money rendering that cottonmouth's fat down into oil. How much you reckon old snake doctor makes out in the oil he sells?
I don't know.
Tip Bailey says old snake doctor's got more than maybe $1,000 hid away somewhere in his cabin.
More than that, most likely. Cussed old miser don't spend nothing. Ain't got nothing save that old rack of bones mare of his.
Tip Bailey says whenever old snake doctor sets foot out in his place, he's got the granddaddy of all cottonmouths that he leaves out in the cabin to stand guard on his money. Yeah, Tip Bailey says that he'd see old snake doctor put him in his pocket. Live cottonmouths.
Snake doctor ain't fitting to be alive himself.
Oh, Ma says he ain't bad. Says he don't mean nobody harm.
Your ma better be careful who she's associating with.
She says he doesn't have any good sense. Had the fever too much. You ever been in the snake doctor's cabin, Pa?
I don't have nothing more than I have to do that snake-loving hoodoo.
Tip Bailey says that he bet it wouldn't be no task at all for some no good to poke around in the snake doctor's shack and find all the money and make off with it. Well, this blame son's down there rendering me down. Look at my head, Pa. It's all full of sweat. Look it. See, there's all full of sweat. Down there, gourd full of sweat coming off. Why you turning down that way, Pa? Coming on noon, dinner'll be most ready.
I'm going to tell that snake-loving hoodoo that there's some of them cottonmouths on the creek side of Deadland.
Heck, he knows that.
I'm going to tell him he's got my leave to catch him. You don't need to come along if you don't want to.
If you're going over to his place, I'd kind of go and see it for myself. Go on in, Pa. He ain't to home, else why's he to show himself by now?
I reckon so.
Pa, can you see any snakes?
I told you to keep an eye out for it.
I bet it's in one of them chinks, Pa. Pa, I bet the money's up in
I
one
ain't
of them
looking
chinks.
for no money. Must be a dang snake itself living in a place like this.
Pa, I know you ain't looking for any money, but if you was, wouldn't you look in that chink right up there?
Where, son?
Right there, second log above the fireplace. On the right, you see that there hole?
Yeah. Yeah, I reckon I would look up there.
Well, since we're here...
Might as well see for myself.
Pa, I wouldn't be a mite surprised if old Snake Doctor... Pa?
Huh?
Somebody's out on the porch. It's a snake doctor.
Are you looking for something, Chief Morton?
Yeah, I was looking for you.
I want you.
Yeah. Look here, you old hoodoo. What's the idea of sneaking up on folks who took the trouble to come all the way down here to do you a favor?
Jafe Mourner and his boys slouched out onto his 6-acre deadening. They walked silently, unnerved by their encounter with the snake doctor. Finally, it was Finney who broke the silence.
Yes, sir. Like as not, that old snake doctor had a dang moccasin squitching around in his pocket whilst he was talking to you. Do you mind how his eyes was when he come in?
Yeah.
Dang if it wasn't blazing like when you run across a rabbit or a cat in the dark. Scared me out of 10 years' growth, dang if it didn't. And you mind how I kept looking up at the wall where I said I bet he had his money between the chinks?
Finney.
Hmm?
Finney, don't you say nothing to your ma about us being at that snake doctor's place. You understand?
Why should I?
Just don't. Don't you know, go nigh it again. Cuss old vomit, you'd have thought we was prowlers the way he acted.
Finney, that you out there?
Yeah, Ma. Dinner about ready?
You pour with your time?
Yeah. Have I time enough for dinner to go down to the spring and get me some cold water?
Well, that's when you stir your stumps again.
Hurry up, son, I'm hungry.
Right, Pa.
Catch anything, Jay?
How you think I can catch fish with Finney flying off my gun and cottonmouths all the time?
Ain't this heat more than a body can bear?
Yeah.
Any cooler by the creek?
Yeah.
Poor old Miss Rives come by here a spell ago. My nigh shook to pieces with the chill.
Oh, he come by, did he? Well, did he come in?
Just for a minute.
Oh, just for a minute, eh? What'd he want?
He wanted could I give him something for his ailment. Just about could drag one sour foot for the other. Barely could make it up here from his place. Reckon he must be down in bed with the fever by now. I could tell by the touch was rising in him when he left here and started back home again. I give him a dose out in our butler's acre draft. Would have given him a little smidgen of liquor on
Oh,
that.
you would, huh?
Oh, please don't, Jeff. Don't, Jeff. Don't whop me. Just poor old Miss Rives.
Mr. Rives! Mr. Rives! How many times I gotta tell you that old hoodoo's name is Snake Doctor?
He don't mean nobody no harm.
Him at its skin of louse for its hide and tallow, and you calling him Mr. Rives. You'd be calling him Honey and Sugar Necks without I learn you better.
Please, Dave, please.
Pet names, huh? Tell by the touch, could you? Well, I aim to learn you. What's his name now? Well, what's your poor Mr. Rives' name now?
Snake Doctor.
Kizzy Mourner rubbed the ugly red welt on her scrawny arm and gave the frying pan full of sizzling side meat a hopeless nudge. She prayed that the weight of the victuals might take the edge off Jafe's temper. Finney slouched in from the spring, saw the mark on her arm.
Pa been whomping you again, Ma?
She didn't answer.
What'd you do this time?
She silently dished up the hogback and cornbread for her two men, and while they sat at table, she ate on her feet, serving them between bites, as was the custom in the Mourner household. After dinner, Finney stretched out under the chinaberry tree, and Kizzy sat on the porch, fanning herself and dipping snuff with a peach twig, scouring it back and forth on her gums. Jafe took his ease on the floor of the back room, but he didn't sleep. One thing he had seen that day, and another thing he had heard. He was adding them together. That stick that had disappeared under the log jam, and the snake doctor's money. It was 4 o'clock before any of them stirred, and then Jafe spoke to his wife for the first time since noon.
Where's that vial of drinking liquor, Kizzy?
By the window. You took it out in your pocket before you laid down.
I ought to carry a vial of drinking liquor with me. I might get bit by a moccasin soon as Pa would.
You better not let me catch you. You find it, Jay?
I just remembered I won't be needing to tow no spits along with me while I'm going.
I wouldn't take no chance, Jay. There's one cottonmouth.
Cottonmouths is all down the slashes, else along the creek. Where I'll be this evening is up along Bailey's Ridge in the high ground.
You fixing to go shooting?
Yeah, I aim to gun me a chance of young squirrels between now and dust time.
Reckon I'll come along, Pa.
You stay in here.
Oh, dang it. It'd be steaming in the place when the rain comes down. Pa, you might be needing me in case...
You stay here.
Oh, Pa.
Kizzy set up a snack of cold supper on the shelf. Likely I won't get back till it's plumb dark.
Chief Mourner turned north through his struggling cornrows, and in a minute he was lost from sight. He kept on for nearly a mile until he came to a wild red mulberry tree. Where mulberries are, there's bound to be squirrels. Very neatly, he shot 2 young grays through the head. But Jafe was a master marksman, and unsuspected by any who knew him. Jafe had another quality denied most of his kind. He had an imagination. Today it was in excellent working order. He tied the brain squirrels together and swung them over his shoulder. If needed, they would be his alibi. Then he sat down under a tree a while.
I got plenty of time. Don't need to get down to Snake Doctor's place till it's about dusk when he comes out to feed that swayback mare of his'n. Mr. Rhyme.
He sat out 2 brisk thunder showers and the intervals between them. Then he started off in a wide arc down Bailey's Branch, along the skirts of Little Cypress Slash, to the sunken flats edging Cashier Creek. Took more than an hour of careful traveling before he came to his destination, a screen of haw bushes less than 50 yards behind the Snake Doctor's cabin.
No matter how ailing he is, you get up and come out to feed that rack of Boone's mare. Mr. Rhymes. Will I learn him to go colleaguing around another man's woman?
Chief Mourner let his jealousy heat him to a white hatred. At this moment, he was avenging his honor. Thus was spared the embarrassment of admitting to himself that the real reason he was here was the Snake Doctor's money, hidden behind the log by the fireplace.
A home-loving, snake-loving varmint. 10 minutes from now, I'll chunk him down a big hole in the creek like I did that stick this morning. He'd go down and never come out. And nobody'll miss him. Nobody'll know he's gone for leastwise a week, maybe a month. Maybe if I get around to it, I might come back this way someday. Poke around that cabin of his'n.
Jafe Mourner's speculations were cut short. The cabin door opened and a figure stepped out into the growing dusk and walked toward the stable. He saw the Snake Doctor's loppy old straw hat and his dark coat drawn over a pair of hunched, narrow shoulders. At this distance, he couldn't miss. And he didn't. The figure jerked backwards and then went face forward. Jafe started for him, and then he stopped. His eyes bugged. His mouth formed a scream that he couldn't utter. His rifle dropped to the ground. He had just killed the Snake Doctor, killed him dead with a .32 caliber slug through the head. And there on his doorsill stood Snake Doctor, whole and sound and staring at him.
Jafe Mourner, what you done?
The scream came at last, for Jafe Mourner had seen the devil, this Snake Doctor who arose alive from his bullet-riddled body. Jafe whirled and ran into the deep darkening woods, whimpering like a whipped puppy as he tore through the brush. Escape. He must escape. He must get under the shelter of a sound roof, have the protection of 4 walls around him. So he ran and ran for hours. It was close to midnight when he came out on a dirt road a short distance southeast of his deadening. Beyond the next bend, he'd be in sight of home. Then he stopped. Around the bend, coming toward him, was a joggling light, a lantern hanging on a buggy. Jake flattened himself in a clump of brush to hide until the traveler passed. And then, just as the rig was opposite him, he heard a call coming from the other direction.
There, who's he jogging? Whoa there, steady, it's me, it's Davis Ware. Is that you, Tip Fella? Yep.
Hoofing it out from the junction, tolerable tired, if anybody should ask you. What brings you out this time of night, Davy? Somebody sick?
Sick? Nothing. There's been hella popping in these here bottoms tonight. Steady, boy. Steady.
Now, what you mean?
A killing, that's what I mean. A dirty, cold-blooded killing if there ever was one.
Don't say. Who's got a kill?
Well, I'm a-fixing to tell you now. Steady, who? It happened just around dusk time at old Snake Doctor's place.
Yeah? Was Tim was killed?
Now, just give me time.
Uh-huh.
Seems like Snake Doctor's been a-chilling lately. He's pretty bad off today. I mean, yesterday.
Uh-huh.
So, long about 5 o'clock, when the rain was a-lulling a little bit, Miss Kizzy Mourner, she fuddled it down from her place to his and fetching some physic with her and played a hot visit.
Miss Mourner's a mighty thoughty one for doing things for
Don't
folk.
you want to hear this?
Go ahead.
Well, it seems like she wasn't afeard of the Snake Doctor's place.
Well, I'd have been. I'll own to that.
Well, pretty soon after she got there, seems like he tried to get up out of his bed and go feed that old crow-bait nag of his.
Yeah?
Rain had started in again, but then just pouring down hard, so she made him stay where he was at, and she put on his old hat and throwed on his old coat around her to keep off the worst of the wet, and then she started out the back door to do the feeding herself.
Yeah.
And no more than she got outside, and a shot come from the edge of the wood, and down she went with a bullet through her brain.
Killed her?
Dead on the dog.
But who done it?
That low-flung husband of hers done it. That's who done it. He must have followed her down to Snake Doctor's and just laid in wait for her.
Certain 'twas him, then, huh?
Why, sure thing. Snake Doctor jumped up when he heard the shot, and he catched a quick look at Jape over the fence.
Yeah?
Oh, and there was a long streak on his arm where he must have whooped her at during the day.
Well, hangs sight too good. Catch him?
No, but they will. Some thinks that he made for the slashes and hid out there. Tracks led old fat away. Oh, they'd be a line of men throwed all the way around Little Cypress before sunup.
Has Sheriff got there yet?
No, but he's due any minute with his pack of dogs. They telephoned in from Gallup Mills that he's on his way.
Good.
Trail ought to lay good, too, the ground being damp like it is. Old Snake Doctor, he's crying on and raving around up at Mourner's place saying the Lord's going to strike the murder down his tracks. But I'm a-putting my main dependence on them there bloodhounds. On them first, and then maybe on a stout plow line and a limb of a tree.
Yeah, it's more certain.
Yeah, I'm just putting out from my place to fetch my oldest boy. I wouldn't want him to miss a lynching. Oh, he's a good-sized crowd up there already.
Well, I'll go up and join him. I've got a pistol here in my hip pocket.
No.
Oh, Miss Mourner, she's always good-hearted, hard-working woman.
Kizzy. She's dead. I shot Kizzy.
Did you hear something just then?
Can't say it's dead.
Probably a rabbit breaking through the brass.
Hey, listen. Oh, a sheriff's coming. You can hear them hounds of his, and I got to hurry. Get up there, Bessie.
I'll see you back in the morning.
Oh, you sure will.
Jafe didn't have time to waste mourning his dead wife. He was even a little relieved to know that the Snake Doctor wasn't the devil incarnate. He had a chance against a lynch mob and a pack of bloodhounds. This was the kind of antagonist he could understand and outsmart. Jafe's imagination went to work again as he backtracked along the creek bottom in the spotted moonlight.
Gotta throw them dogs off the trail. Gotta wade a creek even if it is full of cottonmouths. Must be all around me by now. Folks say they don't strike in the water. Well, I hope them folks is right. Gotta get back to Snake Doctor's. Get his money while he's still up at my place with Kizzy's remains. Get his money and then the rest will be easy. I'll make for the deep timber. Cross country to the river. Make it by tomorrow sundown. Hire me a shanty boater to ferry me to the Arkansas side. Get me a haircut and catch a train for somewhere else. But gotta get Snake Doctor's money first.
Snake Doctor's cabin was dark and empty when Jafe reached it, and he needed light for his search. There were a few dull embers in the fireplace, and he threw on some kindling, but it didn't light. Very well, he knew where the chink was. He'd find it in the dark. He scrabbled at the logs, felt some bark give, felt the clay mortar crumble under his fingernails. Here it was, a hole big enough for a man's arm. He plunged his hand into it, touched something slick and smooth, and then something sharp plunged into his thumb. At that moment, the fire flickered to life. Jafe yanked his hand out of the hole, saw two tiny bleeding punctures at his thumb, and at the mouth of the hole stretched the wide-open jaws of a cottonmouth. It worked fast. He felt the pain leaping from his thumb to his hand, seeping up his arm. If he only had some liquor, if he had a fresh-killed chicken to slap on the wound, he had nothing. Then a sharp, horrible pain wrenched his heart, and a second, And there in the firelight, the huge cottonmouth poised in its crevice. Jafe leaped out of the shack, started blindly for the timber, staggered, stumbled, and pitched forward on his face. His open mouth full of weeds and muddy grass and stems. The cramping fingers of his outstretched right hand almost touching a reddish-black smear on the wet, trampled grass.
Good riddance, I'd call it that, wouldn't you, Dr. Bradshaw?
Well, I reckon there's sort of a rough justice in the way he died. Look, his hand reaching out just about touches the blood where his woman fell. This has been quite a night, Davis. I just examined the body of a man who appears to have been killed by snakebite. Good and quick, too, judging by the evidence.
Well, Doc, ain't that the way a cottonmouth always does kill a man, sudden like? I've always heard tell.
Never mind what you heard. I'm going by the facts. I've been practicing medicine in this county for going on to 46 years. And I tell you that in all my life I've never known but 2 or 3 people actually being bitten by water moccasins. And until tonight, I never had personal knowledge of anybody dying from the bite of any kind of a snake.
Hey, what's going on over there, Doc?
Is that Mourner boy kicking up that fuss?
Yeah, he's a no good just like his phone.
Hey, what's your trouble, Tip?
Finney here's went out in his head.
I'm gonna kill a snake that bit in my pond. And then I'm gonna give that snake doctor a whooping for keeping a reptile in his place.
Your paw got just what is his due, Finney. The snake doctor ain't to blame none.
He's a hoodoo devil.
Now, look here, boy. Mr. Rives promised all his savings, nearly $100 to pay for burying your mother decent. That's how much he thought of her. Now go on home, behave yourself.
Now, go on, Finney. Ain't no reason for you hanging
Somebody
on.
ought to kill that guy that bit my paw, and I'm gonna do it.
Hey, Doc, just a minute ago you started to say something about snake bite not to kill him. Well, how do you account for Jafe here?
Well, the late Jafe Mourner had a rotten bad heart, David.
Oh, he sure did. Guess that he proves that.
I don't mean in that sense. I mean there was an organic weakness. A curious thing, though, there was no swelling anywhere.
Well, there's them 2 marks on his thumb, them snake sketches like I've seen.
Well, that don't explain how... Huh? What's it?
It's Finney Mourner. He's in the cabin.
That fool kid. Come on, Doctor. Probably shot somebody.
I shot at it. I shot at it, but I didn't hit it. It's gonna get me like it got my paw.
Come on, Doc. Come on. He said he shot at something in the cabin. Come on.
I don't know. I don't see anything.
Well, Finney's had enough happen to him yesterday and today to upset even a bright boy. So we can't... Oh, there it is.
What?
That cottonmouth up there in that hole in the log.
Huh? Oh, that. The snake doctor told me about that varmint. Look at him closer, David.
Oh, no, sir.
Go ahead. It's just a stuffed snake.
Stuff?
Yeah. Snake doctor believes in precautions, 'cause that hole's where he hides his money. That snake could scare away anybody who didn't know it was stuffed. But just to be sure, old snake doctor lined the hole with coils of barbed wire.
I see. What, you think that them marks on Jafe's thumb he got off of the barbed wire, huh?
There could be. A lot stronger hearts than Jafe Mourner's would have stopped beating at a scare like that.
Well, I'll be switched. Old snake doctor's a cute one, ain't he?
Escape, produced by William N. Robeson and directed by Norman MacDonald, today brought you Snake Doctor by Irvin S. Cobb, adapted for radio by Fred Howard, with Bill Conrad as Jafe, Paul Frees as Finney, Ruth Parrott as Kizzy, Barton Yarber as Davis, Louis Van Rooten played Snake Doctor and Tip Bailey, while Fred Howard was the doctor. Alan Reed was heard as the narrator. The original musical score was conceived by Cy Feuer with Eddie Dunstetter at the console. Next week...
You were alone in a remote old world village inhabited by cat people, and you are desired by a beautiful cat girl who wants your soul.
Next week, we escape with Algernon Blackwood's eerie story titled Ancient Sorceries. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, that was friggin' fantastic.
Dumb white beater, he got what he deserved, didn't he?
Stupid asshole. You know, if you're a wife beater, you should get bitten by a cottonmouth, I guess.
That's the law of the land.
Well, this is just going along great. I want to thank you for joining me for an evening edition of Mornings with Crazy Old Weird Bearded Guy on this Old-Time Radio Wednesday. I had technical difficulties this morning, so I didn't get to make it to you. It's kind of a bummer, because I miss being here, I miss doing this, and when I can't, it frustrates the darn heck out of me. So here we are, we're live, we're back. I am going to get another show set up for y'all. The next show we have is The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, Episode 2 in the series. And I will try to bring you these shows as close to their original broadcast format as possible, i.e. commercials, time allotted for the show, yeah, this one is just about a half an hour long. So I'm going to assume that if there are any commercials in this early 1947 broadcast, they are going to take place within the program somewhere. So, yeah, let's get started here and travel back to 1947 and see what the detectives are doing.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent program, The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin. Pepsodent presents Philip Marlowe, Hollywood's famous private detective created by Raymond Chandler. Philip Marlowe, tough, cynical private eye of Murder My Sweet, the sardonic, case-hardened detective of The Brasher Doubloon, The Lady in the Lake, and The Big Sleep. You've seen him in action in all of those top-flight mystery pictures. Now, in order that you may continue to enjoy this exciting mystery series, Pepsodent brings you The Adventures of Philip Marlowe on the air with a cast of noted radio players and starring MGM's brilliant and dynamic young actor, Van Heflin. Now, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste, New Pepsodent with Irium. New fresh-tasting Pepsodent with a new, cool, minty flavor. It's the 3-to-1 favorite over all other toothpastes.
It's true. With families all over America, New Pepsodent is the favorite 3-to-1.
Families from coast to coast recently compared New Pepsodent with other toothpastes at home. They preferred New Pepsodent by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1 over all other brands they tried. These families, 3-to-1, said New Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Yes, families 3-to-1 say New Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Get New Pepsodent toothpaste for your family right away.
There was a rough desert wind blowing into Los Angeles that evening. It was one of those hot, dry Santa Anas that come down through the mountain passes and curl your hair, make your nerves jump and your skin itch.
On nights like that, every booze party ends up in a fight. And meek little housewives feel the edge of a carving knife and study their husbands' necks. Anything can happen when the Santa Ana blows in from the desert. I closed up my office early. I got tired of reading Philip Marlowe, private investigator, backwards on the ground glass of my office door. So I opened the door and closed it from the outside and locked it and went out to get a beer before I went up to my apartment.
Fill her up again, Mr. Marlin?
Marlowe. Marlin is a fish.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, you bartender. Come in on a ride.
Drunk again. What'd you expect in this business? Autograph hounds?
Make it snappy, yeah?
Be right with you, sport. I gotta draw this man a beer. Crying out loud, these stumble bums who come in here.
You got another customer, Bacchus?
Hey, Bud. You seen a lady in here lately?
A lady?
Tall, good-looking, brown hair, a print bolero jacket, and a blue silk dress.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Nobody like that's been in.
All right, straight scotch, fast. I left my engine running out there.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This slick-looking, sarcastic guy stepped up to the bar and drank his scotch whole. And he stopped. The drunk was grinning at him. And then, without changing his grin, the drunk swept a gun from somewhere so fast it was just a blur coming out. Made a couple of hard snaps, and a little smoke curled. Very little.
All right, you other guys. Don't move. So long, Waldo. All right, don't move, you two. Poor Waldo. But I made his nose bleed. So long, boys. Drink up.
All right, get on that phone, kid. I'll get his license number.
Holy smoke. Holy smoke.
Not too late. Drove away with this dead guy's car.
Maybe he ain't dead.
He's dead, all right. Where's your phone? This is for the police. The prowl car boys were there in about 5 minutes. Waldo was out of business, all right. And nothing in his pockets told who he was, but he had about $700 on him. I told the cops what I knew, including about Waldo's tall, brown-haired pretty girl in the bolero jacket. It was about 9 o'clock when I stepped out of the elevator in my apartment house and almost walked right into a tall, brown-haired pretty girl in a bolero jacket, waiting for the elevator on my floor.
Oh, excuse me.
Just a minute, lady.
I said excuse me, I'm in a hurry. Now, if you'll be good enough
Look,
to
you
step
better
out
not go outside in those clothes.
Just what do you mean by telling me what?
This isn't a make. You're in trouble.
Trouble?
Yeah, the cops are looking for you in those clothes.
But I haven't done anything that...
I'm in room 41 across the hall now. I never collected an etching in my life.
All right, I'll go with you. I'll go.
I got to my room and rustled up some scotch and soda and brought the girl her glass. She had a small automatic in her hand. It jumped up at me, and her eyes were full of panic. I put down both glasses on the table slowly so that I wouldn't be misunderstood. Look, sister, maybe this wind has got you crazy, too.
Don't move. Be careful, don't move.
A man just got shot in a bar down the street. Before he got it, he'd been asking about a tall, pretty girl with a bolero jacket, like yours.
What did he look like, this man?
Tall, 5'11", slim, dark brown eyes with a lot of glitter, dark suit, white handkerchief in the breast pocket. And he must have seen you earlier tonight to know how you were dressed. Am I getting anywhere?
He used to be my chauffeur.
You had an appointment with him, didn't you?
Why?
Listen, he asked for you, didn't he?
Yes, I had an appointment with him. He'd stolen something from me when he left 3 days ago. I was going to buy it back from him.
Why didn't you tell the police?
I couldn't tell them.
It was valuable, wasn't it? Valuable enough for Waldo to steal?
$15,000.
Oh, it's peanuts.
But it wasn't the value. It meant something to me. The man I loved gave it to me, and now he's dead. He was a flyer shot down over Germany. I'll go back and tell my husband that. He probably hired you.
He did? How much is he paying me? And, where is this husband of yours?
He's at a meeting.
This late at night?
He's a very important man. He's a hydroelectric engineer. I'll have you know that my husband is one of...
Skip it. I'll take him out to lunch sometime and have him tell me himself. And about Waldo, whatever he had on you is dead stock now, like Waldo himself.
He's dead. Waldo is dead?
Yes, sister, he's dead. Dead. Lady, he is dead.
Oh.
Now scream and I'll give you 2 black eyes.
I'm not going to scream. Who will that be?
There's a dressing room behind that door, right there. Now, don't argue with me, do it.
It's all right.
And I went to the door, making a loud, yawning sound. The backs of my hands were wet. I opened the door. Without a gun, that was a mistake. I certainly knew the gun I was looking into, a .22 target automatic that had already killed 1 man that night. And I knew the bald head and the flat, shiny eyes and the face like a poisonous lizard. Baldy put the muzzle of his gun lightly against my throat. I backed into the room, and Baldy kicked the door shut.
You alone?
Look for yourself.
I'm asking, not looking.
I'm alone.
You and that dumb bartender saw me dust off Waldo.
What did Waldo do to you?
Who's asking?
Just making conversation.
He stole on me on a bank job we did together. Got me 4 years in Michigan pen.
Hi, people. The more I listen to this, the more that I realize this is a mislabeled episode from last week. It says Red Wing. This should be Red Wing, but it's not.
Tell me why I came here,
Who Shot Waldo?
You heard the barkeeper and me talking.
The last time we
told him my name, where I live.
So I'll go ahead and let you listen to it.
Skip it. The hangman won't ask you to guess why he's there.
Well, you're pretty tough at that, ain't you? But you're slamming off, pal.
All right, but you could get that gun out of my neck and try somewhere else.
Oh, yeah, sure. Is this better? This suit you all right?
Just so it isn't my neck.
Save when, pal? It's your party.
I leaned against the gun. The door of the dressing room showed a crack of darkness. The crack widened. I began to shake a little. The girl came quietly into the room, but there was white all around her iris. She was scared. She had her gun in her hand, but I was sorry for her. Dead sorry. She'd try to make the door scream either way. It'd be curtains for both of us.
You scared, mister? You worried about any little thing?
I couldn't talk. The girl floated in the air somewhere behind Baldy, and her horrified face was drifting toward us. My mouth was as cold and dry as yesterday's toast.
Well, kid, how's it feel? You ready yet? Go on, say the word.
Well, don't take all night about it if you're going to do something about it.
Why not, pal? I like this.
Well, suppose I yell.
Go ahead, yell. Go ahead.
Put up your hands!
Hey, look!
Oh.
Thanks, sister. Thanks. That buys me. Everything I have is yours now and forever.
Is he dead?
You flatter me no end, lady. I only punched him. All right, now get out of here while I call the cops down on this killer.
Yes. Good night. Good night.
Hey, wait. Leave that bolero jacket here. It marks you for the cops.
Oh, yes. Here.
Okay. See you again?
Why?
Oh, I don't know. No, I guess not. After all, who am I to be the rival of a dead flyer? I'll see that the police get Jesse James here. Good night, lady. Yeah? You mean me?
Yes. Please.
Oh, you. Again, huh?
Get in. I must talk to you.
You want to know what happened at headquarters, huh?
Yes.
Well, I went down there with the law and gave them the story. I left you out of it.
Oh, thank you.
You saved my life, so no one knows a thing about you. Well, incidentally, neither do I.
Well, my name is Mrs. Frank Bossley. 212 Fremont Place, Olympia 24596. Is that what you want?
I guess so.
Well, there it is.
Now, why did you really come back?
I wanted my pearls.
Pearls?
Yes.
Pearls, too, huh? All right. Tell me about the pearls. We've had a murder and a beautiful mystery woman and a sadistic killer and a heroic rescue. Now we will have pearls.
I was to buy them back from the man called Waldo.
Well, I saw everything that came out of his pockets, and there weren't any pearls.
Could they be hidden in his apartment?
It's possible.
Waldo lived on the same floor you do in this apartment house.
And why didn't I know him, at least by sight?
He moved in last week. He managed to get a sublet.
Great, a sort of an amateur magician on the side, huh?
It's getting rather late.
Yeah. What about your husband this hot, mysterious night?
He's still at his meeting.
Well, you could have brought him along. You could have sat in the back seat working out a problem in hydroelectrics
While what?
Well, I didn't have any answers. They wouldn't sound cheap or just ridiculous or from the sophomore class in repartee. I had an unlit cigarette in my hand. I threw it out of the window. I took a hold of her and kissed her. She sat very still. I was shaking when I let go of her. Her voice trembled a little when she spoke.
I meant you to do that. That wasn't always that way. Only since Johnny Dalmas was killed in the war. He gave me those pearls. 41 of them, perfectly matched with a diamond propeller clasp. I'd have loved them if they'd been wooden beads because he gave them to me. I love Johnny. The way you love just one time. You understand that?
What's your name?
Lola.
Lola, how did you explain a $15,000 pearl necklace to your husband?
I told him they were imitations and I bought them myself.
How did Waldo latch onto them and what they stood for?
When my husband was in Argentina, Waldo and I'd go for long drives. I was restless and wretched because of Johnny. Sometimes Waldo and I had a little drink together, but that's all.
But you confided in Waldo about those pearls.
I was a fool.
And when your husband came back, Waldo stole the pearls and offered to sell them back to you, or he'd tell Papa, huh?
I was a fool.
And now you think the pearls are upstairs in Waldo's apartment?
I suppose it's a lot to ask.
No, sweetheart, huh? I've been paid. I'll go look. Wait here, huh? Has it gone along, Lola?
No. Well?
No.
No pearls?
No pearls.
Oh.
There was a man in Waldo's room.
A man? Who?
You know a man named Leon Balsanos?
Not by name. I don't know.
Mexican, South American, about 45, small, iron gray hair, very neat, fawn-colored suit, wine-colored tie.
No, I don't think I know such a man. Is he the one in Waldo's room?
Yeah.
What does he have to say?
Very little. In fact, nothing. He's dead.
You are listening to The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin, with music composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. Yes, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste. New Pepsodent with invigorating Irium foam. New fresh-tasting Pepsodent with a new, cool, minty flavor. It's the 3-to-1 favorite over all other toothpastes.
It's true. With families all over America, new Pepsodent is the favorite 3-to-1.
The Farrell family of Evergreen Park, Illinois, preferred New Pepsodent on every single count. The Farrells say New Pepsodent tastes best of all, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. On all these counts, by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1, families prefer New Pepsodent over all other toothpaste they've tried.
It's a fact. Families 3-to-1 say new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, and makes teeth brighter.
Remember, this is not just our opinion. It's the honest conviction of the Farrells and other families who compared New Pepsodent with other toothpaste they had at home. Get New Pepsodent, the only toothpaste containing Irium. Get it for your family without delay. We continue with the adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler and starring Van Heflin, who appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Fiesta, starring Esther Williams.
I sat with Lola Barsley in her car listening to that jittery, infuriating desert wind gallop around in the midnight streets. I just told her about the Latin-looking man I'd found in Waldo's room in a very dead condition. I held her hands until they stopped trembling. Then I gave her the few remaining details. He had a gun in a shoulder holster, but someone had strangled him before he could use it.
Someone? Waldo?
Maybe. You see that convertible coupe 2 cars ahead of us?
It's been there for hours. It was there before I parked here to wait for you.
Leon, the man in Waldo's room, came in that car, but according to the key containers he carried, that isn't his car.
Whose car is it? Does it matter?
Well, it belongs to a lady according to the tag on the keys.
A lady?
Well, anyway, a woman if you're going to split hairs. Eugenie Kolchenko. In West Los Angeles?
Never heard of her.
Uh-huh. All right, well, you go home now, huh?
What are you going to do?
Drive that flossy convertible around, wave at my friends, impress people. You run along now. Me, I've got another date.
Yes? What is it, please?
Miss Eugenie Kolchenko?
Yes? What is it?
Did you lose or misplace a pigeon gray convertible coupe?
What are you saying?
Now, don't be alarmed. I found it and I brought it home to you.
Come in, please. It is a reward you wish. Shall we say...
Snap out of it, Dragon Lady. Who was he?
Who? What's who?
The little guy, Leon. You loaned your car to. He's dead. Who was he?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Eugenie.
Darling, come here, please.
What's the matter, honey? Who is this man?
I came about Miss Kolchenko's car.
What about her car?
The gentleman who borrowed it couldn't return it on account of he isn't alive.
He's dead. Darling, he's dead.
Well, that's putting it more bluntly, of course.
Dead, huh?
Completely.
Who are you?
Philip Marlowe, private investigator. My card.
Mm-hmm. You told the police yet?
Never do at once what can be deferred pending negotiations. Aesop.
I might negotiate.
Oh, peachy.
What do you know, Marlowe?
A man named Waldo was shot in a bar tonight. I happened to have the inside as to who he was, and when I visited his apartment tonight, I found this Leo Balsanos dead.
He wouldn't have had $500 in 20s on him, would he?
No, but this Waldo had over $700 on him when he was killed at that cocktail bar, mostly in 20s. Is there a basis there for negotiations yet?
Very well, Marlowe. I'm a married man. There were certain unpaid bills for some stuff Miss Kolchenko here had charged to my account.
But you told me I might charge to your account.
All right, so I wasn't very bright.
That might be the understatement of the decade, but go on.
I had the unpaid bill safely in my briefcase. Somehow this Waldo had a chance to steal the briefcase. I hired Leon and gave him $500 to buy back those bills from Waldo.
Instead, Waldo took Leon's dough and was forced to kill Leon in the process. And then he went out to keep another date and accidentally walked into an old pal hostile enough to blow him down.
And someone still has those bills. And I'm in for a divorce suit.
The man who shot Waldo got away in Waldo's car with your briefcase in it. Yeah, that could be. The cops caught him.
Oh. And the police have the briefcase.
Maybe. But the police are interested in solving crime, not in tossing mud for the benefit of sensation eaters. Look, I've got a friend or two at headquarters. Let me see what I can do.
It's worth $500 to me.
Well, then that's what it'll cost you.
Well, good luck. And, thank you, Mr.
Marlowe. Philip Marlowe, remember?
My name is Frank Barsley.
Barsley.
Oh? What does that mean?
The big hydroelectric engineer?
Yeah. How did you know?
My voices tell me.
Who?
Darling, this man is manifestly insane.
It's the heat, Miss Kolchenko. It's the Santa and it's the Desert Wind. May I use your telephone? Someday I must tell you about Ibarra. Salt of the earth Ibarra, detective lieutenant over at Central Homicide. I phoned Ibarra from this Kochenko's house and told him where he could find a well-dressed cadaver named Leon and furnished a few small details. I gave Ibarra time to check my tip, and then I went down to see the good lieutenant and told him why I'd been up in Waldo's room, only to find Leon instead of a certain lady's string of pearls.
Pearls, eh?
Well, I thought Waldo might have them up there.
Whose pearls were they?
A lady's.
Go on.
Or they might have been in Waldo's car that Waldo's killer drove away in.
Yeah.
What, yeah?
They might have.
Also a batch of unpaid bills charged to the account of a certain Frank Barcelay?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, now, the police aren't interested in domestic scandal. They want to prevent or to solve crime, right? So I've got $500 for the police fund if those pearls and those bills are returned to their rightful owners.
Quit you kidding.
No, it's a valuable necklace.
Yeah? Here's your necklace.
That's it. 41 pearls, perfectly matched diamond propeller clasp. That's it. That's the one.
Take it away, Morrow.
On the level?
Just tell me straight what it's all about, all I am.
Sure. Well, this Waldo was blackmailing a wife with the pearls, and her husband with the bills. Guy by the name of Barcelay. Well, Barcelay sent Leon to get the bills from Waldo. Instead, Waldo killed Leon, then stepped out and happened to get shot by that guy at the bar. Now, if Barcelay's name stays out of the paper, I get $500, and that goes to the police fund.
We'll keep him out.
Well, now, I'm not in this case for money. I just want to get back the bills and the pearls.
As you say, Morrow, the police aren't in business to sling mud.
Well, you can deliver the pearls to the lady yourself if you like. She lives at...
No, Morrow. You better take them to her. You see, except for the diamond propeller clasp on them, they're phony.
Phony? But...
All but the clasp, Morrow. All but the clasp.
I stared at Ibarra. So the flyer, Johnny Dalmas, the great lover, had given Lola a string of fake pearls. Well, I didn't know how to tell her, but I called her up and told her to meet me at the Beachcombers at 2. I was going to slip her the bad news slowly.
I'm glad you asked me to meet you here, Mr. Marlowe. See, I had to have someone to talk to.
Go ahead, talk. I'm listening.
Now, Mr. Marlowe, now more than ever, I must have those pearls.
Why? Money trouble?
Oh, no. It's just that everything's gone wrong. And this morning my husband told me we're to separate.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lola.
But if I had Johnny's pearls, it would be a link with the past and with Johnny. And all he meant to me. It's how a woman feels, Mr. Marlowe. I wouldn't blame you for not understanding.
Maybe I do, though.
So please, Mr. Marlowe, please, you'll try to find my pearls.
Lola, look,
even if it isn't all of them. Any part of them. Any single smallest one of them. It'll be Johnny's.
Look, will you meet me here again around 4 o'clock?
I'll be here.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. There was only one earthly decent thing I could do. I took Lola's glass pearls to a jeweler, and I had him take off the diamond clasp and put it on one of those strings of so-called simulated pearls that they sell you for $3, tax included. And I went back to keep my 4 o'clock date with Lola at the Beachcombers.
Well, Mr. Marlowe, anything new?
Yes, the police found some pearls in Waldo's car.
They found my pearls?
No, not exactly.
Not exactly?
Well, Waldo was getting set to gyp you, Lola. He had the diamond clasp of your necklace attached to a string of cheap imitations. And then he sold the real pearls.
Oh, how... Oh.
These are the imitations here.
Yes. But it is my clasp. The clasp is real.
Is that all right?
Yes, it's the clasp that Johnny Dalmas gave me. Of course it's all right.
Oh, that's swell.
And thank you so much, Mr. Marlowe.
Forget it.
I won't. Not ever. Well, is this goodbye?
Yeah, I think so. You'll never get over Johnny Dalmas, Lola. If anybody ever bothers you again, though, well, let me know. Name's Philip Marlowe. I drove almost to Malibu, and then I parked and walked out on a rock cliff jutting into the Pacific Ocean. Then I reached in my pocket and dug out the string of bohemian glass pearls that Lieutenant Ibarra had found in Waldo's car. I cut the knot at one end and slipped the pearls off one by one. One by one, I flipped them into the water. The gull swooped down on them and then flapped up again, screaming indignantly. The phony pearls had fooled Waldo and Lola Barsley, but they couldn't fool a seagull. I said to myself, to the memory of Johnny Dalmas, just another four-flusher. I listened a while to the wheeling seagulls. All at once I realized that the wind had died. The Santa Ana had blown itself out. The red wind was done. It was over.
You have just heard Van Heflin starring in the first of a new mystery series, Raymond Chandler's The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, brought to you by the Lever Brothers Company, makers of Pepsodent. Have you tasted the new Pepsodent toothpaste? Its lingering, minty flavor is so fresh and inviting, families prefer it by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1 over all other toothpastes in a recent nationwide test. They said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, and makes teeth brighter. Remember, new Pepsodent gives you more invigorating irium foam. It sweeps dulling film away. No wonder it's the 3-to-1 favorite with families all over America. Get new Pepsodent with irium for your family right away. Tonight's story on the adventure of Philip Marlowe is based on Red Wind, written by Raymond Chandler, creator of Philip Marlowe, the screen's most famous private detective. It was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger. Heard with Van Heflin was Lorene Tuttle as Lola Barsley. And this is Wendell Niles inviting you to listen again next week at this same time to another exciting story on the adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin with a distinguished cast.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And there you have it. That is episode 1, Who Shot Waldo? The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. I do want to say oops for that, because that should have been Red Wing, but it was not. That's all right. We'll fix that. Pepsodent. Is Pepsodent still around? I never look to see any other toothpastes. Just run and grab what you use. Is Pepsodent still around? Ipana? Is that stuff still around? Right? So our next episode for this evening is going to be an episode of X-1. Now let's hope I get this one right. All right. I put these videos together sometimes late at night, and apparently I created the video from the existing Philip Marlowe video and just forgot to replace the sound, which is the usual deal. I'm going to assume that this embassy episode is correct, so let's get started and hope I didn't screw the pooch on this one, right? And let's see, here we go.
Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire. the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents X minus 1. Tonight's story, The Embassy.
Well, it looks like I got this right.
Out of the infinitude of stars and planets in the solar system and other systems in the universe, it is almost mathematically certain that other forms of life exist on other worlds. Someday, in the future, in 1,000 years, or in the next 25 minutes, daring travelers through space will make contact with the inhabitants of another world. But the question is, will we contact them first, or will they contact us? A private detective agency in downtown New York.
Mr. Graffius, Mr. Broderick will see you.
Well, what can I do for you? My name is Graffius of Springfield. I would like your assistance in helping me locate a Martian embassy. Would you say that again very slowly? I came to New York to locate the Martian embassy.
I assume you were joking.
On the contrary, I am completely serious. As it happens, I am interested only in Martians at the moment.
I see. Okay, shoot.
Well, it occurred to me in the course of my studies that we, Earth people, cannot possibly be the only intelligent form of life in the universe. Since Mars is older geologically, and since it is also an atmospheric planet, its evolutionary history could easily be similar to ours. You follow me?
Well, so far I can't say no.
If this is true, then they must have been watching us, observing us for hundreds, possibly thousands of years. They also know we are a militaristic, warlike race. We might conceivably set out to conquer and occupy Mars someday.
In which case they would try to get the jump on us.
Precisely, Mr. Broderick. Now, if you were planning to attack an unknown nation, what would be your first move, Mr. Broderick?
Well, intelligence. Find out what the odds are.
Oh, you have a very logical mind, sir. You would send agents to scout the nerve centers of earthly civilization and advancement. Not Kansas City or Equatorial Africa, my dear sir, but here, in New York, the most technically advanced spot on the earth.
And you want me to help you prove this theory of yours?
Precisely. The expense doesn't interest me.
Well, now, this may take a long, long time, Mr. Graffius. After all, nobody has ever seen the Martian.
I assure you they will be very ordinary-appearing people.
Mm-hmm.
Very likely they live together in downtown New York. Most certainly they live in a private house with no servants to pry in their affairs.
Oh, some ordinary people who live in a private house in downtown New York. How much is the well look up Martians in the classified section of the phone book?
There's one other lead which might help you.
What's that?
They would be almost certain to subscribe to every conceivable type of newspaper, scientific journal, and foreign language publication.
Well, now, that might be something. Okay, Mr. Graffius, it's a deal.
Excellent. I shall contact you tomorrow.
Boss, here's an address takes everything from Pick Magazine to the Manchester Guardian. Here, listen to this here. Pick, Look, Scientific America, the Daily News, Daily Worker, the Police Gazette, Journal of Engineering, a Scientific Quarterly, American Psychiatric Journal.
Let me see that.
Yeah.
Oh, Doolin. Sometimes I wonder, what is the address on this?
Well, it's 9 West 124th Street.
Which happens to be the Harlem branch of the New York Public Library.
Oh.
Now listen, Noodle Brain, what we're looking for is a private house.
Oh, boss, what is the sense of all this? You know there ain't no Martian embassy in New York.
This crackpot is paying us $100 a day, and we got to keep him happy. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Also, I have a hunch that Mr. Graffius is not looking for any Martian embassies. He is looking for something quite different. So we are going to find it for him.
house is it, Doolin?
It's right down there, number 108. Nobody comes out, nobody goes in. I asked around.
You haven't been blabbing around the neighborhood that we're looking for the Martian embassy, have you?
Boss, I'm stupid, but I ain't that stupid.
Who'd you talk to?
I struck up what you might call a casual acquaintanceship with those two girls standing with the baby carriages up the street. That cute one is real cute.
Look, Doolin, don't try to do anything intelligent, all right? Just keep walking up and down, see?
Check.
I'm going back to the office to meet Grappius.
I'll see you later, boss. Hiya, beautiful.
Hiya, Flatfoot.
Name is Doolin, honey. Iron Man Doolin.
Your line is getting rusty, Iron Man.
So help me, honey. If I'm feeding you a line, may the heavens open up and strike me dead. Hey, what's that?
Look out!
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Grappius.
Thank you.
But I've had Doolin casing our first lead for a week now. It's a house down in Greenwich Village, privately rented, number 108 Conklin Street. Nobody seems to know anything about who lives there, except that they subscribe to every paper and scientific journal put out. Also, there's a radio antenna on the roof.
Oh, you don't suppose your Mr. Doolin will try to get inside the house? If this place is the Martian embassy...
No, don't worry. Doolin can take care of himself. I'll stop with him now. Excuse me. Hello. Yeah, speaking. Doolin? Yeah, he works for me. What? No. No, I can't think of any. Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll be right down. Okay, Lieutenant, yeah. Yeah, right away.
Something the matter?
Doolin is dead, Mr. Grappius. All right, come on, we get a cab. I have to identify the body.
Doolin, no!
Lieutenant, I'm Broderick.
Oh, there's your boy, Broderick.
Anybody see it?
A maid pushing a baby carriage. We can't seem to get any sense out of her.
You mind if I talk to her?
Hanson, this guy wants to ask the girl a few questions.
Please. I told you what I saw. How many times I gotta tell you?
Look, miss, the dead man was a personal friend of mine. Would you tell me what happened?
Helen and I were standing in front of Rathman's candy store up on the corner. We both had the babies out. He said hello and joked a little. Then he...
What happened?
It's too awful.
No, please.
Well, first he squashed, and then the stone fell on him.
Did you repeat that?
They don't believe me, but Helen saw it too.
Saw what?
First he squashed, and then it fell on him. He was mashed flat before it even hit him.
Now, look. That's the story, Broderick.
Please, let me alone. Let me go home.
That's a Twilight Zone
I
shit.
saw. Now let me alone. Let me alone.
Did you learn anything, Mr. Broderick?
I don't know.
May I ask, what do you intend doing?
Well, as soon as the cops clear out and this place quiets down, little Broderick is going to pay a personal call on the Martian embassy. Or whatever number 108 is. Whatever you are, open that door.
Yes?
Oh.
Well, young man.
Oh, excuse me, ma'am. Is the lady of the house at home?
I'm the lady of the house.
Oh, well, my name is Broderick. I represent the Manhattan Child Adoption Center. We're soliciting funds and clothing for stranded and unadopted children. I
Won't
wondered
you come inside?
Well, we don't. Usually
Oh, nonsense. I'm old enough to be your grandmother.
got some quick
Besides,
stick,
my son Lauren is working at home.
Your son?
Oh, he's a bibliographer. He writes summaries of articles and books from scientific journals and publications for libraries and universities.
Oh, I see.
Sit down, Mr. Broderick. Let me pour you a cup of tea.
Oh, thank you. You know, I'm not much of a tea drinker, but it seems to have a strange taste.
Oh, it's my own recipe.
Uh-huh. Well, I think that I'd better be running along now.
You haven't finished your tea, Mr. Broderick.
No, really, I feel a little funny.
I'll call Lauren.
No. It's all right, I'm leaving. I just feel kind of dizzy.
I'm sure Lauren would like to hear about the adoption center. I'll call him.
No, don't
but I must. Besides, you aren't well.
Tea.
Lauren!
I've got to get out.
Lauren! Lauren, hurry!
Look out. You get out of my way.
No. You must stay.
Yes, Mother. You drugged my tea. You let go of my arm.
Lauren!
Let go!
No! Oh!
I've got to get out the front door. Open.
What happened? The other one, that Broderick, he was here. I drugged his tea.
He got away?
He was suspicious.
Fool! Idiot!
Go after him.
Risk another murder on our doorstep. Are you insane?
But he suspects.
Well, we'll have to take our chances. We'll have to think of some other way.
If he goes to the authorities...
Oh, they'll laugh at him.
How did they find out?
I don't know how. But I'm certain someone else sent them.
Who?
I don't know. I'm afraid to let myself think. It might be. It just might be them.
Them. Not them. No, not them.
I've got to get help.
Look out!
Miss, please.
All right, miss, we'll take care of them. Come along, mister. I'm going to give you a break and take you back to the wife and kids.
This guy's got a great
I'm
voice.
sick.
Sick, is it? What's the matter?
I'm drugged.
He makes an appearance on a lot of
They
these shows.
drugged me.
Who drugged you?
In number 108, the Martian.
Who?
The Martians in 108 at Martian Embassy.
Well, I've seen them with pink elephants, rabbits, and mice, but you're the first one that's got Martians.
Oh, it's true, I tell you.
Uh-huh. Come along.
Listen, don't take me back there. They'll kill me. I've got to make you understand.
Here, I'll help you up the steps.
What? Listen, my name is Broderick. I'm a private dick.
We'll find out about this.
No.
Here, don't try any tricks.
Officer, listen, please. I'll give you anything, $1,000, but please, listen. For God's sake, listen.
Yes, officer? Why, Broderick.
You know this lush, Granny?
Oh, why, that's my son, Broderick.
No, she's Martian.
He's in pretty bad shape. You better get him to bed.
Oh, dear, and he was doing so well at the Alcoholic Society. He must have gotten off again.
Looks like he's ready to pass out.
Lauren!
What is it, Mother? Oh, Brod.
Your brother Broderick has been drinking again.
No, officer, please.
Look out. He's passed out.
Oh, I'll take care of him, officer. We've handled this sort of thing before.
Can you manage okay?
We'll be fine. Thank you.
Oh, you've been very kind, officer.
Nothing at all, Granny. I know how it is with these alkies. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Martian Embassy. Martian. Oh, my head.
Our Mr. Broderick is regaining consciousness, Mother.
What happened? I can't get up. Oh.
Do not struggle, Mr. Broderick. It will be impossible for you to rise from that chair. The pressure from this ray will keep you there.
Ray? Who are you?
Well, you've already guessed, Mr. Broderick.
You mean this really is the
Martian Embassy? Yes. Yes, you have the honor to be the first prisoner of the Imperial Government of Mars.
First prisoner?
Yes. After the invasion, of course, you will all be our prisoners.
What sort of nonsense is this?
No nonsense, Mr. Broderick. As your people will soon find out. Our preparations for invasion are nearly completed now. As soon as we give the signal, our armed forces will launch a surprise attack. And then the Earth will be ours.
You're crazy.
Or not half as mad as you, Mr. Broderick, to come muddling so foolishly into our affairs. It was a mistake, Mr. Broderick. A fatal mistake.
So Doolan's death was no accident, then, huh?
Oh, assuredly not. We found it necessary to use a pressure ray on your friend. The block of concrete was an afterthought. We thought it might help to divert suspicion.
All right. So what happens now?
If you cooperate, you can look forward to a quick, painless death. Like your friend, Mr. Doolan.
If not?
Well, this pressure ray has many delicate adjustments. It can move a pin, or it can crush a boulder. Let me demonstrate. You see, Mr. Broderick, as if an invisible vice were crushing you.
What do you want?
The name of your client. We are interested in knowing who is so anxious to locate the Martian embassy.
The names of my clients are confidential.
Well?
All right. All right.
Turn it off, Mother. Mr. Broderick has seen the wisdom of speech.
His name is Graphius.
Graphius?
Yes.
An unusual name for an Earthman.
Describe him.
Well, I don't think I really can.
Describe him.
He's tall. The big forehead. It's about 60. Wears thick glasses. He's bald.
Lauren, it sounds like one of them.
Yes. Yes, it does. Contact the planet. Tell them we suspect that our plans are known. Ask for an acceleration of the invasion day.
At once.
What about me?
Oh, I am sorry, Mr. Broderick. But I'm afraid you know too much now. In exactly 5 seconds, you will feel the full impact of the ray which faces you. I would suggest that you relax and meet your fate calmly.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
You will feel no pain, just a wall of force crushing you.
Yes, but listen.
5.
But you can't do this.
4.
It isn't human.
Yes, I know we're not human. 3.
Yes, but do you understand?
2,
No.
1.
Mother in heaven.
Now.
Lauren!
It didn't work. Something has happened. The magnetic field is dead.
Stand back from the pressure ray, please. It will not function anyway. I have decontrolled your field.
Lauren! Lauren, it's one of them. They found us.
Did you think we wouldn't? You are free to move now, Mr. Brown.
Look, I don't know how you got in here, Graphius, but stick around. These babies are really Martians, just like you said. They're planning to invade the Earth and take over.
There will be no invasion.
All right, you keep these characters covered. I'll get the police.
There will be no need for the police. I intend to handle them myself.
But, Graphius, the police will want
Do not call the police.
I don't get it.
You fool of an Earthling. Don't you realize with whom you are dealing? The invasion of Earth by Mars will be like child's play compared with what...
Lauren! Oh!
Holy mackerel. They just flattened out.
Yeah? Like your friend, Mr. Doolan. Oh, I detest the use of violence where the intellect can rule. But unfortunately, the Martians are a threat to us and must be destroyed so that we can proceed with our own plans.
What plans?
Naturally, you wouldn't comprehend.
Wait a minute. There are some things here that I do understand. A second ago, that pressure ray didn't work. Now you're using it like it was a toy. How did you get in here, anyway? Who are you? Another one of these Martians?
No, Mr. Broderick. I happen to be a Venusian.
A what?
A representative of the planet of Venus.
You're crazy.
Not at all. Martian invasion would be like child's play compared to ours. The Martians would simply have conquered and enslaved your people. We Venusians intend to exterminate you completely.
Then I suppose that you were going to start by knocking me off now,
On the contrary, you are free to leave any time you please.
Leave?
Yes.
Are you kidding? I know your plans, the invasion. I could go...
Tell the police? Go ahead. Huh? Why don't you try it, Broderick?
Because the minute I turn my back, you're going to let me have it.
Suppose you try it and see. I have no interest in stopping you. Go ahead. Run to the police. Tell them anything you like.
All right, Buster, you asked for this. I'm alive. You let me go.
Here. Where do you think you're running to?
Officer, listen to me.
Oh, it's you again. The one with the Martians.
Listen, that story is true. You've got to believe me. You've absolutely got to believe me. They're inside that house, inside number 108. He killed them.
Who killed him?
Graphius, the leader of the Venusian invasion.
Venusian invasion.
Look, they're going to take over the Earth. Listen to me. Go in that house.
Martians, now Venusians. Okay, brother, I've heard enough. Your Betty is a bedbug. Come along.
Please, where are you taking me?
Bellevue Psychiatric Ward, my friend. Come on.
Oh, but you...
Come along.
You don't understand. Why are you such a fool? Let go of me. There's going to be an invasion. The Venusians are going to invade us. Why don't you listen to me? Why don't you listen?
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Embassy by Donald A. Wollheim, adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were John Larkin, Theo Getz, Bill Zuckert, Audrey Blum, Virginia Payne, Clark Gordon, Jack Orison, and Reese Taylor. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Dan Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Well, there is one of my favorite episodes from my favorite radio show, X-1. I just love that episode. Now, there's also a twin episode to this, which one of these aired originally on Dimension X, and then one of them aired originally on X-1. So at some point, I'll bring you the other version. I believe we did hear it play from my cassette player up here and into my old video mixer last season, I believe. So, yeah, that does it for Old Time Radio Wednesday, as that is. And we still have an extra hour to hang out and do stuff. The buzzing that you hear in the background is my air conditioner, because it is a hot, humid day out here in Joshua Tree, California. So I'd like to open my door, but I'm afraid that somebody's going to drive by with their car stereo cranked up, and it's going to blow my copyright thing all to hell. So I don't want to get my sound canceled. So, yeah, a couple of things I want to mention about the episodes. The man who played the police officer in this episode does fantastic work throughout most of the series X-1. He pops up in every other episode. He's just got a great, fantastic character voice. He does a character, Bat Ears Brady, on an episode of X-1 that's just fantastic. Now, I prefer the other version of this X-1 episode, The Embassy, but they're both very Twilight Zone-esque episodes. Back to one of the previous episodes, Escape. If you go back and listen to Escape again, you'll hear the voice of William Conrad as the announcer announcing the opening of Escape. And then he's also the father in the show. Now, William Conrad later moved to television and became the Fat Man with the Gun, Cannon. And that was a fantastic series. I believe that was a Quinn Martin production. And I enjoyed the hell out of that particular show just because I was so used to hearing him. Even as a child, I was used to hearing him on my father's turntable, listening to episodes of Escape and Gunsmoke. He was the original voice of the sheriff, Marshal Dillon, on the original radio version of Gunsmoke that aired for like 10 years before it moved to television, and for the longest time was the longest running TV drama on television. Countless episodes and seasons of Gunsmoke. And then, of course, our episode of Red Wing was actually a mislabeled episode. It was Who Shot Waldo, the first episode of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. So I'm going to go back this evening and fix that whole recording issue and upload the correct version onto the YouTube playlist, and probably next week we'll get around to hearing that. And if not next week, somewhere a little further down the road. I like to mix it up from week to week, so I don't know that we're going to listen to another episode of Philip Marlowe next week. I do like coming to you in the evenings, so I may decide to do a regular evening show devoted to mainly to talking to people who are in other places, because I'm able to now link up my messenger to this platform. I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to do some live video chats with you and talk to my brother more, and maybe possibly talk to some other family and friends and other talent from around the area, because there's lots to partake in out here, and I want to bring you as much as I can. So it seems like the song for the day is Benny Moten from 1929. Benny Moten and the song South. It's just a fantastic song. So let's hear that again. I love that. Gee, if I only know someone who knew how to play some was Benny Moten doing South from 1928. I sure hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. I could listen to that song over and over and over and over. I could listen to that, I'm going to say, almost as many times as I could listen to Do-Wacka-Do, right? Because Do-Wacka-Do is one of my favorite songs. So let's listen to that. Here's Do-Wacka-Do from Clyde McCoy and his orchestra. Do-Wacka-Do by Clyde McCoy and his orchestra. That's a fantastic song. I love that song. And that's why I chose it as my theme song for the Crazy Old Weird Bearded Guy show. Morning, noon, and night. It seems like I just can't get away from this channel. And wherever I go, there I am. Let's see if I can dig up one more song here for our listening pleasure. There we go. From 1927, we have Long As I'm With You by Bar Harbor Society.
as long as I'm with you. The rain may fall, but what's the difference after all, as long as I'm with you? If I but knew that you were always by my side, come what may, I'd still be satisfied. Right here or there, I'd be happy anywhere as long as I'm with you.
From 1927, that was Bar Harbor Society. Here or there, long as I'm with you. That's a great song. This is Old Time Radio Wednesday here on the evening edition of Mornings with Crazy Old Weird Bearded Guy. And I am going to play next a song from 1931, Roy Carroll and his orchestra performing Home.
When shadows fall and trees whisper day is ending, my thoughts are ever wending home. When crickets call, my heart is forever yearning once more to be returning home. When the hills conceal the setting sun, stars begin a-peeping one by one. Night covers all, and though fortune may forsake me, sweet dreams will ever take me home.
Velvet Records in 1931. That was Roy Carroll and his orchestra doing the song Home. And I'm sitting here at home watching my lava lamp, because I really digs my lava lamp. So I thought I'd share that with you this evening. I'm going to see if I can dig up yet another song here from 1931. I really enjoy going to the internet database and picking out some early jazz and stuff to listen to. It really, makes my day. So I'm going to leave you here with the lava lamp for a couple of seconds while I dig something up for us to watch, all right? All right, people, it looks like I found some Fats Waller Basin Street Blues. I have not listened to this, so I apologize if the sound quality is poor. And if it's too bad, I'll yank it down. But let's give it a whirl. This is Basin Street Blues from 1937. This is Fats Waller. Hey there, and from 1937, that was Fat Swaller doing Basin Street Blues. That's a pretty fantastic song right there. Let's see if we can't dig something up that's gonna top that, right? How are we gonna top that one? Let's see. What is this? 1925. Alright, let's see, we got 1925, the Charleston Foxtrot. And let's see, Golden Gate Orchestra, Menlo Park. Let's see. We're saying it's public domain, and we're saying 2025 for public domain, so I don't want to try that one right now. But hey, you know, some of this stuff is just open to use, right? And I want to use as much of this stuff as I can because it's here. Okay, so right here we've got from 1947. All right. Well, you know what? Let's go back and stick to the 20s. Let's go back and stick to the 20s, people, because I kind of like that sound better. So let's see, Ted Weems Orchestra. Let's take a look at some Ted Weems Orchestra here and see what we've got. He has a lot of music here. 1923 to 1935. Okay. Well, we are going to try, there's 3 copies of this here. We are going to try one of them and see what it sounds like. Let me see. Go back here. And let's check this out. This is Ted Weems from 1924. A smile will go a long, long way. Sound like background music for a Little Rascals episode or Laurel and Hardy or something. That's what I love about this era. The music just has so much emotion to it for such simple, times, right? Ted Weems Orchestra with A Smile Will Go a Long, Long Way from 1924. And now we're going to go and poke around here and see if we can't find something that will look just as good to our ears as that did. Let's see. Something from the 20s. Something. Ooh, you heard that one. That was a good one. That was a good one. Let's do some Duke Ellington from 1924. Let's try Rainy Nights and see what pleasure our ears receive from this. Duke Ellington from 1924, Rainy Nights. That there was a fantastic number. I really dig that one. The more I get into this, the more I find this so amusing. Let's see if we can't find us another piece of music history. I wonder who is this Frankie Half Pint Jackson with an X, not a CKS, right? And wow, that looks fantastic. We're going to have to look into that. Now, some of these I'm going to have to run through the YouTube algorithm and see if they're going to allow me to play these things on a regular basis. I'm assuming that most of this stuff is pretty old and forgotten, and has probably been previously uploaded somewhere on YouTube. So yeah, I just see tons and tons and tons. Let me see who this is. Okay, we've got Leona Williams from 1922. This is Mexican Blues. All right, let me start this again. Let me. From 1922, this is Leona Williams and Mexican Blues.
Have you heard of the Mexican blues? Those blues, they run from your head to your shoes. Soft guitars and the mandolin playing, they make you do the dance you never saw before. Whirl and sway, tangerine, dip away with plenty feeling. Forward, back, so come together, slowly walk, light as a feather, step around swiftly, don't you trip, go right back the same way, and then dip, right, slow, then shiver, oh my soul, oh Papa, what a feeling, dip way back, and snap your fingers, up and squat, and don't you linger, jelly roll, with lots of feeling, that's the move, that's so appealing, give her just a little, don't get rough, make it kind of snappy, do your stuff, then you choose the Mexican blues. Get way back and snap your fingers, hop and squat, and don't you linger, jelly roll, with lots of feeling, that's the move, that's so appealing, give her just a little, don't get rough, make it kind of snappy, do your stuff, then you do the Mexican blues.
And from 1922, that was Leona Williams doing Mexican Blues. That was a treat. I did not expect to find that here. Yeah, that was definitely something new. Next, we have Lucille Hegeman from 1923. And she's going to do a little song called If You Don't Give Me What I Want. And once again, I gotta fix myself here. Okay, let's try that again. From 1923, Lucille Hegeman, If You Don't Give Me What I Want.
Every day this week I've told you what I need. You promise and you promise, but you don't show any speed. Now listen once for all, for this is my last call. If you don't give me what I want, I'm gonna get it somewhere else. It's pickle to pickle and deal to deal. If you don't give me, someone will. You may refuse to give me chops, but I know other butcher shops. So if you don't give me what I want, I'm gonna get it somewhere else. I don't want a ham, I don't want any egg. I don't want what I don't want, and I sure don't want to beg. Now think it over twice and take a fool's advice. If you don't give me what I want, I'm gonna get it somewhere else. It's kisses to kisses and lips to lips. If you don't give me that your gift, for 3 days straight I've heard you say, yes, we have no bananas today. But if you don't give me what I want, I'm gonna get it somewhere else.
I really think you need to give her what she wants, because if you don't, Lucille Hegeman is gonna take it somewhere else. If You Don't Give Me What I Want from 1923. Another fantastic piece of jazz history. I'd like to play another one from the Ted Weems Orchestra. This one is from 1928, and it is If You Want the Rainbow, You Must Have the Rain. Ted Weems Orchestra.
want the rainbow, you must have the rain. Happiness comes double after a little pain. If you want the rainbow, you must have the rain. What if your lover plans to break up, as they sometimes will, when you kiss and make up? Oh, what a thrill! Sadness and gladness, showers are not in vain. If you want the rainbow, you must have the rain.
If you want the rainbow, you must have the rain, from 1928 and the Ted Weems Orchestra. So let's see if we can find something in the catalog here of music that is going to make us feel really, really good. And here we go from 1922. He may be your man, but he comes to see me sometime. And this is Edith Williams and the Johnny Dunn's Original Jazz Hounds.
Was known to be quite wrong. Anytime and anywhere, she would always sing her song. Now Sadie Snow, she had a beau. She loved him night and day. Until Minnie took her Jimmy, stole his heart away. Lady nearly died, but Minnie only sighed. Then I heard her say, he may be a man, but he comes to see me sometimes. And when he's with you, he's always got me on his mind. I ain't no vampire, that is true, but I can certainly take your man from you. My wicked smile, my wicked walk, I've got those kind of eyes that seem to talk. There's no need of crying, no use to weep and mourn. I love your man and I'm gonna take him for my own. Be so bold, but I just want to get you told. He may be a man, but he comes to see me sometime. get myself. He may be a man, but he comes to see me
And that's another great one. That just about pushed the boundaries of what is listening to or listenable here. There's a lot of surface noise and volume issues on that. But hey, that's what you get when you're listening to an old 78, right? And that was He May Be Your Man, But He Comes to See Me Sometime by Edith Wilson. And the Johnny Dunn's Original Jazz Hounds. Yeah, that's from, what year is this? 1922. Wow, that's a great one. We're going to push further on down the list here, and we're going to see if we can find something that is along the same lines. And from 1924, we've got Clara Smith and Don't Advertise Your Man. Seem to hear about Bessie Smith and Billie Holiday and a handful of other just fabulous female vocalists. But you never hear anything about Clara Smith and Don't Advertise Your Man from 1924. That, to me, is one of the best songs I have heard in a long time. I think we're going to do from, again, 1924, Waring's Pennsylvanians doing the Down Home Blues. Well, I want to thank you for joining me for this, what seems to be an inaugural episode of Mornings with Crazy Old Weird Bearded Guy at night. It looks like I'm going to be coming to you on a regular schedule at 5 a.m. and at 5 p.m. I can't get enough of this old-timey music, so I'm going to keep wailing this stuff down as long as you'll listen to it. And this was Waring's Pennsylvanians doing Down Home Blues from 1924. And that was pretty cool. We're going to keep moving on down the line here and see if we can get some different sounding stuff. It looks like I've got something here from 1920. It's from 78, and it may sound really, really bad. If it gets really bad, I will yank it. But I think we should give Railroad Blues a try from 1920. From 1920, that was Yerke's Southern Five doing Railroad Blues. That was pretty cool. I like that, from 1920. Let's see if we can doodle on down the road here and find something that's a little different. Let's go to Fletcher Henderson, all right, and his orchestra. And I believe the title is Brunswick from 1937. So let's give that a shot. Brunswick is the title of the record company. And let's go with side A if that's the last thing I do.
If it's the last thing I do, I'll make you mine. Darling, the first thing is you in my design. Just like the stars guard the moon up above me. That's just how I'll guard our love. So love me, please love me. If it's the last thing I do, I'll take your hand. And though I won't say a word, you'll understand. I'll build a dream just for two, and then I'll make it come true. If it's the very last thing I do.
And hey there. Let's go with another one. Side B. You're in love with love. You're in love with love and not with me. You worship romance
but your heart is free. It's plain to see that you're in love with love. In your childish dreams, romance is king, but here in my arms, it's a different thing. So obviously, you're just in love with love. When you find out what love's about, you'll see what a comedy we've played. We pursued romance that had no chance, for you were immune to my serenade. So as stories do, our story ends. I knew from the start that we'd part as friends. 'Twas plain to see that you're in love with love.
And there's another one from Fletcher Henderson and his orchestra from 1937. That's You're in Love with Love. And it looks like you're going to have me here until the end of the 8 o'clock hour. I'm going to have to use you guys to keep me awake until it's time to go get my daughter from college. That's a great thing to say there. I'm going to have to leave you guys so I can go over and pick up my daughter. She's over at the college earning a degree in psychology. So yeah. What I want to do now for you is my blues my naughty sweet gave me. This ought to be interesting, by Ted Lewis and his jazz orchestra people. All right. This one is from 1919, Ted Lewis Jazz Band. That sounds great. Blues My Naughty Sweetie Gave Me. From 1919, Ted Lewis Jazz Band, Blues My Naughty Sweetie Gave Me. Isn't that just a swell song there? These are songs that I'm hearing for the first time, right along with you guys. What I think I want to do next is another one from Edith Wilson. All right, and let's do What Do You Care from 1922 by Edith Wilson. From 1922, that was Edith Wilson once again, this time doing What Do You Care? I am astonished by the amount of fantastic jazz that I have never heard before. So forgive me if I stammer occasionally and go, what is this? Right? Because this is some great, great stuff. I think next we're going to do Ladd's Black Aces from 1922, doing Brother Low Down. 1922, that was Lads Black Aces doing Brother Low Down. And that was another fantastic surprise for this evening. I want to thank all of you who are there joining me this evening, and especially this late. My goal now is to stay active until about 9 o'clock, which then I'm going to leave you all and go pick up my daughter from college. She's in her last full week of college out here, and she'll be graduating, moving on to university, and she'll be taking with her no less than 3 degrees, a transfer degree, a general education degree, and a liberal arts degree. And then she'll be moving on to continue her bachelor's degree in psychology. Having a crazy old weird bearded guy must have influenced her just slightly in that decision. It looks like from 1921 we're going to do Mary Stafford and her jazz band doing Royal Garden Blues. Stafford and her jazz band from 1921 doing Royal Garden Blues. Wow, she's got a fantastic voice, just like Lucille Hegeman. In fact, from 1923, here's Lucille Hegeman doing Mama's Gonna Slow You Down.
Talk about speed choppers that wouldn't spend myself a razor, cut you down to my size. You may be fast, but you won't last because your mama's gonna slow you down. You may be fast, but you won't last because your mama's gonna slow you down. You may roam away from home, but your mama's gonna hang around. Graveyard bound, you will sure be found. Then the show will then begin. If you don't think you're sinking safe, just look at the hole you're in. Oh, when you leave, why I won't grieve. I'm never gonna wear a frown. I'm gonna get a pail of water cold as ice. Stuff your head in it 3 times and only pull it out twice. You may be mad, but you won't last because your mama's gonna slow you down.
That's Lucille Hegeman doing Mama's Gonna Slow You Down from 1923. And in the background, you can hear Bessie the dog, named for Bessie Smith. Next, we are going to do something from 1923, the Markells Orchestra doing Lonesome Mama Blues. This is one that, I am unfamiliar with and haven't heard, so I hope it is to your satisfaction as well as my own. was so into that one, it caught me off guard when it ended. Yay for Markel's Orchestra and Lonesome Mama Blues from 1922. Another fantastic hit coming out of this radio show tonight. Another thing I'd like to say is thank you again for joining with me on this inaugural episode of nighttime music here on the Crazy Old Weird Bearded Guy channel. Brought to you by Mondre Media Productions and recorded live here at Elsinore Brothers Studio in fantastic Joshua Tree, California. We're going to go and peek on down the road here and see if we can find a little something off kilter. Was smaakt denn die Malchwijn? The Paul Goodwin Dance Orchestra from 1927. Orchestra from 1927. What about Malvina? Or in German, Was macht denn die Malchwijn? Right? Pretty damn close, I'd have to say. I'm not fluent in any language, especially English. But I do want to thank you again for joining me this evening and keeping me company and helping me to keep busy, waiting to hear from my daughter to see if she is going to need that ride or if she's coming home with one of her friends. Let's see, what else can we dig up from the 1920s that's going to make us Oh, pleased as punch, right? Because that's what I want right now. I want to be pleased. And nothing pleases me more than a cuckoo song from Frank Camplain and A. Francini, right? I hope I said that right. So from 1924, this is Cuckoo Song. Sorry. I did not like that. Not only did it have a horrible, just horrible surface noise, it was pretty boring, right? Wasn't it? Anybody agree with me that that was kind of that was a snoozer right there? Let's not go try those guys again because they were kind of snoozish. So instead, let's go to 1927 and Johnny Hamp's Kentucky Serenaders, Walter Donaldson, Paul Ash, from Victor Records in 1927, That's Why I Love You. Por eso te quiero. But of course, I am going to have to start that again because I didn't turn on the mic. So once again, from 1927, this is Johnny Hamp's Kentucky Serenaders doing That's Why I Love You. And that's why I love you for being so patient. No, really.
Your sweet caress
27, That's Why I Love You. From Johnny Hamps, Kentucky Serenaders. Another fantastic. So I think my plan for this evening is to sign off from you at about 9-ish and go get my daughter. Of course, unless I've heard from her. She sometimes gets a ride home from a friend. And on that note, let's talk about The Fair One from Eddie Kahn Orchestra, 1921. From 1920, Eddie Kahn Orchestra, Fair One. Now, Eddie Kahn Orchestra was an early Kansas Territory band who recorded this in 1920. There were a lot of bands who essentially came out of nowhere, recorded music, and then disappeared. Here is one from Fred Ham and his orchestra doing Sugarfoot Stomp from 1925. orchestra from 1925 doing Sugarfoot Stomp. And that is going to conclude our broadcasting for this evening. I want to thank you so much for joining me. I want to wrap up this evening by talk about the events of the day. I started off this morning trying to accomplish a morning show, and all I got for my troubles was technical difficulties. I spent the first hour of my morning talking to Microsoft. They were very, very helpful. I then again turned to Black Magic Design in San Jose and up in Fremont, California, and they were very, very accommodating. They helped me download the correct software, and they got me up and running. And then by happenstance, I happened to be digging around through my microphone settings and found a place to turn off the filter. So now my sound isn't trying to cancel itself out, right? So I have achieved a better quality sound show. My video feels like it's in better condition, and I feel like I'm in better condition. So this evening's show at 5 o'clock started as a catch-up show because I wanted to get the old-time radio Wednesdays out. I wanted to do these shows. Unfortunately, I mislabeled one of the shows, and we heard one from a couple of weeks ago. I'll fix that, rectify the situation, get into a playlist so you can hear the actual episode as I had planned to bring it to you. I hope you enjoyed the pilot episode of Nighttime Nonsense and Nostalgia, I guess is what we're going to call it. And we're going to start airing that at 5 o'clock. So this last hour has really turned into a pilot episode, bringing you music from the 1920s and 30s and earlier. It seems like there is a catalog of sound that I can grab from and share with you. I am going to be leaving from here and going to get my daughter from college, if I haven't heard from her by the time I'm ready to leave. And I think we're going to be getting something to eat. We're going to get a little late night dinner. She keeps odd hours like I do. I'll be up till probably 1 or 2 o'clock this morning before I wake up at 4:20 and join you again at 5 a.m. for Mornings with Crazy Old Weird Bearded Guy. And tomorrow on the show, we are going to be looking at a concert that I went to in 1983, and that is the Principle of Moments tour by Robert Plant, and Phil Collins was actually on that tour. So I am going to set up the weekly programming video and share that with you on my way out this evening. And then I'm going to share with you my theme song. So please enjoy the commercial for my weekly programming here and my morning's theme song. So I will be right back after this to say goodnight. But please enjoy I love making these little promos. there you go, people. That's what's happening this week on the morning show, and I really do hope that you'll join me at 5 every morning for my craziness. And I think what I'm going to do now is leave with what I think is going to be my nighttime theme song, and that is from 1928, Benny Moten doing South.